wabarakatuh, everyone. May good be upon us all. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Wedi Dongten, Sampurasun, Rahayu, and good morning. My name is Kansa Putri Hakim, and I will be hosting Jakarta Institute of Arts International Seminar until this evening. Welcome, honored guests, sponsors, speakers, moderator, academic writers, seminar attendees, and Jakarta Institute of Arts academic community. This online seminar is one of the events leading up to the 53rd Dis Natalis of Institut Kesenian Jakarta, Evolving Perspective, Unleashing Boundless Creativity. Today's big theme and topic is revolving around AI, as you all know it, and it's called The Defining Art and Creativity in the Domination of Artificial Intelligence in 21st Century and Beyond. And this topic really revolves around exploring and igniting the creation on an advanced, innovative art that will not dwindle with the test of time to achieve new heights and accomplishment in the art landscape and education. Jakarta Institute of Arts online seminar will be divided in 2 days. Day 1 being the opening on October 1st, live on Zoom and on YouTube, and day 2 on October 2nd, which will be in the virtual room in Google Meet discussing AI in daily life, or as most people in the world call it, today and tomorrow. After this, I would like to thank today's sponsor, PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero, or BNI as we all know it, PT Pertamina Persero, and PT Mepogen for the constant trust, support of this online international seminar. Once again, thank you. And last, but never ever ever least, we thank, praise, and pray to God Almighty for this event to sail as smooth as the mountain wind blows, strong and steady. We hope this seminar will be useful for those in attendance and beyond. Amen. To officially kickstart this event, we will start with the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. All right, and today after the national anthem, I would like to welcome Dr. Madya Patra Ismar, SSM MHUM, to provide our welcome speech for today, and she is the chairman of the committee. To Dr. Madya Patra Ismar, the time and the floor is yours.
Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to you all. Welcome everyone to all participants and thank you for being with us today. It is my greatest pleasure to give highest appreciation to you all. Today's theme is the Urban Explore Arts and Beyond IKJ 2024, or an acronym SABI. We are today from discussing redefining art and creativity in the domination of artificial intelligence in the 21st century and beyond. First of all, I would like to greet our esteemed Rector, Dr. Indrajit, who has given great support to the committee for the success of convening today in this international event. There are few moments in which we can all come together in an international event for a subject as important as discussing the newest developments in arts and culture, in this case, artificial intelligence. Your support means so much to us. We are honored today to have as special guest Professor Nadarajan from the Stamp School of Arts and Design, University of Michigan, USA, Dr. Jeonghyeon Joo, Seoul Institute of the Arts, Korea, Mr. Romain van Engelenhoven, PhD from Leiden University, Netherlands, Dr. M. Romain Fohr, Sorbonne Nouvelle University of France, Professor Dr. Richardus Eko Indrajit, Pradipati University, Indonesia, Dr. Martin Suryajaya from our own Institute Kesenian Jakarta. I would also like to acknowledge and say thank you for the support of all of our sponsors who have given support to strengthen our event and make this seminar possible. PT Pertamina Persero, PT Batubara Indonesia, PT Mepo Gen. I would also like to give the highest appreciation for all the participants who have given their time, thought, their contributions, for the success of this seminar. I'd like to congratulate you all and wish you all success for today. That is all of my opening remarks. Once again, congratulations and success to you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madya Patra Ismar, for the lovely and wonderful opening remarks and welcome speech. Next, we have Dr. Indah Cahyawulan MSN, or as we all know it, Director of Jakarta Institute of the Arts, to give her opening remarks on this morning. Dr. Indah Cahyawulan, or as I call it, Mbak Indah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kansa. Oh. Speakers, presenters, and esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from the campus Jakarta Institute of the Arts, Jakarta, Indonesia. These 2 days, we are going to discuss about arts, artificial intelligence, and society. Why is it so important to talk about these 3 issues? We are certainly on the same page. The art schools have so much to do with creativity, which is central of being human. However, the introduction of AI in our world has impacted us, especially the artists. As we are aware, artificial intelligence has developed to the extent that we never think of and imagine there is such thing in our world. Given the situation of AI in our life, as art school, we feel that there is great urgency to discuss arts, AI, and society seriously. We have to think deeply and discuss it seriously to answer this following question. What is going to happen to human when even artworks are created by machine? What will happen to the society at large when the artists are dominated by artificial intelligence? What is going to happen to human life? Are we ready to operate in the AI-dominated world? Realizing that AI has both advantages and disadvantages relating to human future, what can we do now before all the concern become a real threat? Hopefully, this seminar will contribute something in the realm of AI, arts, and society. To discuss this important issue, this seminar is deeply honored to have five notable speakers. Dr. Jeonghyeon Joo from Michigan University, Professor Dr. Richard Eko Indrajit from Pradita University, Dr. Eon van Engelenhoven from Leiden University, Dr. Romain from University Sorbonne, and Dr. Martin Suryajaya from Jakarta Institute of the Arts. To these great speakers, Jakarta Institute of the Arts would like to express our appreciation and thankfulness. Other than that, I would like also to thank all the presenters that will discuss their paper on the proposed themes. Have a vigorous discussion and pleasant online seminar. May we all blessed with good knowledge and kind attitude toward fellow academicians and artists. Happy seminar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Indah. It's been a while since I've seen her last time, and she looks beautiful as always. All right, this morning, the international seminar, Redefining Art and Creativity in the Domination of Artificial Intelligence in 21st Century and Beyond, has keynote speakers from some of their respected university, both internationally and locally. This seminar will be divided in two sessions, which are session 1, which is from this morning until 12 p.m. Jakarta time or lunchtime in here, will be moderated by Arespin Dimusaga Miraifori from University California of Riverside, which has 3 keynote speakers, which are Professor Gunalan Nadarajan from STEM School of Art and Design, University of Michigan, United States of America. The second keynote speaker is Dr. Jeonghyeon Joo from Seoul Institute of the Arts, Korea. The third keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Richardus Eko Indrajit from Pradita University, Indonesia. And session 2 will be held from 1 p.m. after lunchtime, at least here in Jakarta time, and will be moderated by Bau Respati SSN MSE, Tokyo University of Foreign Studies, and with the first keynote speakers being Aun van Engelenhoven, we had PhD from Leiden University, Netherlands, and the second being Dr. Romain Fohr from Sorbonne Nouvelle University, Paris, and the third will be Dr. Martin Suryajaya MHum from Jakarta Institute of the Arts, Indonesia. But before we start the seminar, let me remind you to please be respectful and turn off your audio during the seminar. And for any questions that you have, both to the speaker during the discussion or to the moderator during the seminar, please only say it through the chat. So if you have any questions or if you want to discuss things further, maybe you suddenly have a question in the middle of the topic, you can just write it in the chat and our moderator and our team will review it and forward the questions to the speaker. I hope that was pretty clear. And before we start, I would like to introduce our moderator, Ms. Arespin Dimusaga Miraifori, and I will read some of her bio and accomplishments. But first, I want to greet her first. Kak Aga.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, how are you
Hi.
today?
I'm good. How are you?
I hope you're feeling very excited for today.
I am, of course. I'm a bit nervous actually because we have a lot of great speakers today. So yeah.
Oh, but I'm sure you're as prestigious as them all. Because here, let's see, you are an independent researcher focusing on Southeast Asian cultural studies and literature. And you are currently enrolled as doctoral candidate in the Department of Comparative Literature at University of California, Riverside. That you have nothing to be nervous about. Your accomplishments are as shining as they all are.
Thank you.
All right, to kickstart the event, I'm gonna hand this seminar to Kak Aga. Kak Aga, please take it away.
Thank you, Kansa.
You're
Good morning,
welcome.
everybody. Good morning, everybody. My name is Aris Pina Dinusaga Mirafiori, and you can call me Aga for short. I will be moderating the first session of the seminar with the topic Redefining Art and Creativity in the Domination of Artificial Intelligence in the 21st Century and Beyond. And today, as Kansa already mentioned, we have, at least in this first session, we have 3 keynote speakers with us who will share their thoughts on our topic. But first, let me introduce our 3 speakers that will be presenting today. Our first speaker is Professor Gunalan Nadarajan from STEM School of Art and Design, University of Michigan, USA. Gunalan Nadarajan is an art theorist and curator working at the intersection of art, science, and technology. He is the Dean Emeritus and Professor at the Penny W. STEM School of Art and Design at the University of Michigan. His publications include multiple books and over 100 book chapters, catalog essays, academic articles and reviews, and many of them translated into 16 languages. He has also created many international exhibitions, including in Mexico, Indonesia, United States, Korea, Germany, Japan, Taiwan, and China. And he was artistic co-director of the Ogaki Biennale 2006, Japan, and artistic director of ISEA 2008, International Symposium on Electronic Art in Singapore. Our second speaker, we have Dr. Jeonghyeon Joo from Seoul Institute of the Arts, South Korea. Jeonghyeon Joo is a Hagum performer, composer, and researcher based in Seoul and Los Angeles. Her practice includes performance, composition, improvisation, artistic research, collaboration, writing, and teaching. She explores the physical, social, cultural, and political relationship between performer and instrument, and frequently collaborates with filmmakers, dancers, composers, and performance artists. Her original performance projects have been supported and presented by the Arts Council Korea, South Foundation for Arts and Culture, International Computer Music Conference, Here Now Music Festival, and Pan Music Festival, among others. She also has received the Presidential Award of Korea in 2012 and the Emerging Artist Award from the National Academy of Arts of the Republic of Korea in 2024. Jo holds a Doctor of Musical Arts from the California Institute of the Arts and is currently an assistant professor at the School of Performing Arts and the School of Music at Seoul Institute of the Arts in South Korea and a program director at Culture Hub. And last but not least, our third speaker today is Professor Dr. Richardus Eko Indrajit from Radita University, Indonesia. Professor Richardus Eko Indrajit is a professional in the field of information technology and education who has actively worked and helped various organizations, institutions, and companies in Indonesia and abroad. He currently serves as a rector of Radita University and the chair of the executive board of the Republic of Indonesia Teachers Association. He obtained his professorship in computer science from the Perbanas Institute. And I would like to welcome our three speakers, and it's an honor to speak with you here, moderating you in this panel. So today we're going to see the presentation of the three speakers, and each of them will give their presentation about the relationship between AI and art, how AI impacts the creative process, how AI art is distinguished from human-made art, and the possibility of collaboration between AI and human in the art-making process. We will also have discussion sessions where you can give your question to each speaker. And before we begin our first presentation, I would like to inform you that we'll have a 20-minute presentation from the first speaker, And then we have 15 minutes for the first discussion session. So if you have any question for the first speaker, so this is the time to ask, and you can put your question in the chat box. And after that, we will move to the second speaker's presentation, and we'll have the second discussion session with the second speaker, and so on. So each presenter will have 20 minutes for presentation and 15 minutes for discussion. So we have like 3 separated discussion sessions. Now, without further ado, our first speaker, Professor Gunalan Nadarajan, will present his presentation with the title Between Autonomy and Agency, Art and Artificial Intelligence. Professor Nadarajan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Arspin and Arspini, and thank you all for being here. And I would like to especially thank the Institute of Art, Jakarta Institute of the Arts, for this kind invitation. I'll try and keep to my time so that we'll have as much time for conversations. I wanted to talk as much about artificial intelligence as I would like to talk about humans and human decisions and human action. Because very often what happens in discussions of AI is the fundamental ways in which humans are implicated, are connected to the way in which artificial intelligence functions. So today, my talk is between autonomy and agency, art and artificial intelligence. I'll begin. See, why am I not being able to? Okay. So I want to start by identifying what artificial intelligence is about. It is very tempting and it's very easy and very common to think about artificial intelligence, AI, as technology. And I would like to suggest to you to begin thinking about technology, especially automative technologies and artificial intelligence, not as technology alone, but to see it as fundamentally about human agency. And specifically how human agency, as in our capacity, by human agency, I mean our ability to act and to make decisions. How human agency in AI and automation is shifted. The responsibility for human actions and human decisions are being shifted from humans to machines and to systems that are technological. So the way one goes about thinking about technology needs to fundamentally change, because technology, especially artificial intelligence, is fundamentally about how humans have decided, and very consciously, to shift the responsibility for their everyday actions, their decisions, their thoughts and their processes, their learning, their knowledge, to technological systems and to machines. Let me give you a kind of a brief history of how one can think about AI and artificial intelligence specifically as historically, in terms of how it developed over many thousands of years. So, because again, it's very tempting to think AI is recent. It's very recent, like, 100 years or 50 years or 60 years. But I would like to suggest to you to think about AI as predating some of these computational technologies that we are living with today. So the technological, the ways in which we have connected um, human agency, our human ability to act with AI has a longer history, and I would suggest that there are two tracks to think about it. One is to think about automated devices, devices that have been made to function automatically, meaning as if they are functioning on their own. And then second, combinatorial art. What is commonly thought about as combinatorial art is any system that is organized around creating meaning by connecting different parts of it in order to register a new answer. Uh, uh, so you can ask a question of a system of a combinatorial system, and it would generate an answer, a response. So let me give you more examples that will become much clearer. And as I'm discussing these tangled histories, the ways in which these are interconnected, I would like you to keep in mind the tensions in these histories of these automated devices and combinatorial art between human control, and human submission. How much we are in control of something versus how much we are submitting to the system. How much the system is programmed versus how much it is autonomous, meaning acting on its own. I would like to first talk about automated devices. So I would like to go back to as far back as the Greeks. Greek culture, especially in the late in the beginning of the of the new era, what is called the Common Era, in 100 CE, Hero, Heron, a Greek philosopher, writer, scientist, and I would argue an artist, was creating a lot of these automated devices. What you see here are two sketches of devices that did not survive, but he has written a book about these in 100 CE, as in 180. One is a device and both devices are driven by water. So water pressure shifts and moves these machines, these automated devices. These automated statues actually move in accordance with the movement of water, and you can see the movement of the water here. And what you see on your right, in fact, is kind of an ancient vending machine. It is a machine it's a device that was used in temples, Greek temples, where people could go to the temple, put a coin at the top of this vessel, and the water would be displaced. And depending on your luck, you would sometimes get water, and sometimes you won't. And the idea is that it is to show that you don't have control about how God would actually relate to you. And you will see the theme of not being in control very often. Next, I would like to show an example from the Islamic world, a work by Banu Musa, three brothers, Arab brothers, who developed devices, a musical device. And this device is actually very similar to one of those clockwork devices that people use, where you wind it up, and because there is a drum that actually has a kind of an algorithm on it, it actually starts playing music. Now, most of us have see it in toys and whatever. This was the first time it was developed for a musical instrument. The Banu Musas created this very complicated device that was using water pressure to actually drive a musical instrument. Many of these automated devices were developed actually in the Islamic world between the 9th and the 13th century AD. And height of these achievements was actually in Al-Jazari. In 1206, he developed over 150 devices and wrote a book that compiled the knowledge of how to make these devices. What you see on your left is an elephant clock that actually is more about creating a kind of a spectacle about time. And so at each moment, each hour, the clock would actually move. All the automated parts of it would move in relation to the water pressure moving through the device. And what you see on your right is a wine serving device. The Chinese also developed a lot of automated devices, astronomical clock, which was driven by water pressure, and this is a very large, almost like a building, but it's a way of telling time. But it's also talking about the ways in which we don't control these devices. These devices are controlled by water pressure, and according to the water pressure, the time would be registered. This is what is called a mechanical third. It's an automata that actually plays chess, and essentially it was supposed to be an automated device, and so when you go into this theater, you can see this chess playing automata sitting there, and you can go and play chess with it. The problem is it was not really automated. It was actually a human behind the scenes, in fact, hiding inside that box that was able to move the chess pieces. He was a master chess player. This is defecating duck, an automated device that looks like a duck that where you can feed some food and it would actually defecate at the end. This is a tea serving robot, what is called a karakuri. Karakuri dolls were developed from the 17th century onwards AI can do this, AI can do that, and AI is going to replace humans, and we are all going to be out of jobs. And well, I think a lot of it is deceptive for a few reasons, and I'll tell you what are the promises. It promises us action without effort, meaning you can act and do things without any effort. You can decide, decision without deliberation. You can actually make any decisions, just let the computer do it and it'll decide for you. You can know some things without learning it. Now, I think art, and this is where the important part is. Why is art important? Art is exactly the kind of creative agency that we need to rethink and reformulate and use artificial intelligence in a way that is empowering us as humans rather than giving the power away to the machine. So I want to talk a bit about how art is creative agency, the way in which, so if you think about a throwing wheel, a turntable for pottery, making pottery, it's one of the earliest forms of, by way in which we used automation to make art. This is a loom for weaving. Now, this was the Jacquard loom was the first formulation of what they call the punch cards, where they are the algorithm is actually put into the pattern is put into a card, and then you feed the card into the machine and it weaves that pattern. Now, this, some of you who are much older might remember there was a time when computers were actually using punch cards. This is where it came from. Uh, Photography, the camera is an automated device for making art. Gordon Pask, an artist, made one of the earliest examples of an automated system for where the machine is actually creating the art. It's called Music Color, where depending on how people move, the system would generate sounds and light. I'll skip this. I'll talk about Michael Knoll, one of the first computer-generated drawings and art. Grace Hertline did some amazing work using automated systems, AI, what is closer to AI today. Max Benz formulated something called generative aesthetics in Germany in 1960s that formed the principles by which a lot of generative art that generates itself through artificial intelligence, through computational systems. Frieda Nacker's work is shown there. This is a work from the same generation of German artists working with AI, George Nies. This is a work by Vera Molnar, again from that same tradition, but trying to contest the way in which machines can make art differently. This is a work by Edward Inatowicz, shown in 1970. It's a robot that is controlled by a system, a set of principles that is pre-programmed. This is a drawing machine, drawing robot that was developed by Harold Cohen called Aaron. It generates paintings and drawings that you see on your right. Harry Dono, I think, is a very important proponent of a different way of thinking about automation, and where this is a series of wind-up dolls that are like angels that are moving erratically in a way that is not controlled by the artist. This is Roxy Payne for artificially and generating paintings. This is the same artist making more sculptures. This is a Taiwanese artist, Rui Xian, who actually has these robots that are making drawings, but in a way that is not controlled by the artist himself. Again, I'm trying to have you understand that an important part of these works that artists are making is to both control the system, but also make the system do something it would not normally do. whereby they show human agency and the human capacity to affect this. This is, I want to skip that work, and I want to quickly talk about a few problems in thinking about art and artificial intelligence. And I'll describe them as a few problems. One is what I call the literal genie problem. You're walking on the street, you suddenly find a lamp, you rub the lamp, and the lamp generates a genie, and the genie says, "Oh, you can ask me 3 wishes, whatever you want." And whenever you ask the wish, the genie would give you exactly what you want, sometimes to a point where it's not really what you want. The literal genie problem is when the system does not understand that our needs are much bigger than what we can say. So let me give you an example. James Bridle is an artist who created this work called Autonomous Trap. What you see there is an autonomous car that is trapped. It's trapped because it cannot move anywhere, even though it's autonomous car. It cannot move out because the lines are the traffic lines that it's been placed around it would disable its programs from making it move. This is a picture of two nude people. Well, it is not, but the computer will see two nude people because Tom White, the artist, has tricked the machine to understand how visual recognition systems in computers work. And this artist, Tom White, has made these images that would fool and would trick a computer to see them as pornographic and therefore cancel it online. The other problem is what I call the finger problem. When you use AI systems, any kind of image generation systems, you would notice it doesn't get your fingers right. These are some examples of fingers that were generated by AI. AI does not seem to understand, the visual recognition systems do not completely understand how human body, and human movement functions. And that's one of the reasons for the finger problem that is persistent. This is an artwork created by a French group called Obvious. The group is called Obvious, and this is a portrait that was generated by AI. They fed almost 13,000 images from portraits from the 15th to the 18th century, and this was what the computer generated. This is a work where the artist is tricking the machine to actually think that generate an image as if it's about waves in the sea, but you can see what he's using. Algorithmic bias is a huge thing. I'm looking at my time and I'm running out of time, so I'll finish very quickly. Algorithmic bias and black boxing. The problem with computers and artificial intelligence is that very often the algorithms that drive it are not known to us. And it is not accidental that it's not known to us. Very often, even the people who are generating it, who are computing it, who are writing the algorithms, do not know how it will function. And part of it is purposeful, part of it is just something that they cannot avoid. And it causes a whole range of problems, and artists have been trying to point to it. One artist and one computer scientist have developed a work where they have tried to show how facial recognition systems have a more difficult time identifying darker skinned people, women, and find it easier when it's a man and they have lighter skin. This is a work by Kate Crawford and Trevor Paglen that uses an image recognition system to generate and guess what people's jobs are based on their faces. Again, it's an impossible dream, but they are trying to make that clear by presenting this. This is Carolyn Sinders, who talks about different kinds of emotion recognition systems. There are systems out there, AI systems, that are supposed to recognize your emotions. And she used the emotion recognition system on herself to see how the system works, and the system got it wrong all the time. So what I'm trying to emphasize is the value of human agency. Throughout human history, when we have used automated things and we have generated machines and technologies that are doing the thinking for us and doing the making for us, we have not done well. And at the core of it is, what is human agency? How much are we in charge? And Sugwen Chong is an artist who has been collaborating with AI systems rather than fighting against it. This is Anne Riddler, who works with, she generated 10,000 images, individual photographs of tulips that she then fed into a computer, an artificial intelligence system, to actually generate new kinds of tulips. But what she wanted to focus on is the fact that she had to make by herself 10,000 images that was then conveniently used by an AI system to generate new tulips. This is a work by Stephanie Dinkins. It's an AI robot that actually is supposed to be artificially intelligent. And this is the question she asked her. She asked it, "Are you the smartest robot?" And Bina 48, which is the name of the AI system, "What do you do in your spare time?" That's a good direct answer, won't you say? Prompt engineering, what is called prompt engineering, which is how to make an AI system do something that you want it to do. Very often, it is not about a system just doing whatever you say. You need to say the right things. You need to have the right kind of prompts in order to make AI systems work for you. I will leave you with this question. How much of our actions and decisions are we ready to give over before we lose our autonomy? And I'll leave you with, lastly, with this thought by Ada Lovelace. Ada Lovelace is considered to be the first programmer. She was an amazing mathematician and an amazing programmer, and she developed the principles of programming. And when she was using Charles Babbage's analytical engine as you can see, in the 19th century, she says the analytical engine has no pretensions whatever to originate anything. It can do whatever we know how to order it to perform. It can follow analysis, but it has no power of anticipating analytical relations or truths. It cannot anticipate. Its province, its function, is to assist us in making available what we are already acquainted with. This is what I call the Lovelace limit. The Lovelace limit is the limit of the machine, the limit of any technology we create. Because we have defined particular parameters by which it works, and that will always be a fundamental flaw and a fundamental failure, and ultimately a fundamental way that empowers us as humans. So, as the rector said earlier in her opening remarks, what is the place of the human in AI, in growing age of AI? I think humans are well and alive, and human agency is going to be an important part of how we think that forward. And art and artists and the way we think about these things is going to be critical for that. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I went over.
Thank you, Professor Nadarajan, for this very insightful presentation. As a person who also works in the creative industry, I actually can feel the anxiety that is triggered by the fast development of AI. And I often wonder how far the power of AI could go in and replace us as an artist. But when we talk about the art making process, including the artistic explorations, cultural and philosophical background that became important aspects in human-made arts, I think there's a gap that AI cannot fill. And on the other hand, Professor Nadarajan highlights on the shifting of autonomy and agency of AI, which were initiated by humans themselves. And I think it's very important, and we can discuss a lot from there. And now I will open the first discussion session. We have 15 minutes. If you have any question for Professor Nadarajan, please write it down to the chat box, and the administrator will send it to me. And actually, we already have some questions here. So the first question is from Jeonghyeon Joo, our second speaker, actually. Uh, how how do you think arts should? I'm sorry. How do you think artists should train or exercise or practice to have control and autonomy over AI in this era of AI? Should we try to understand them entirely, or should we try to correct them? And how can we be a good collaborators with AI? You can answer it now, and I will move to the next question after
Okay,
you
good.
answer
Very,
the first question. Yeah.
great question, Jeonghyun. So and I gather some of your own work is focused on that in terms of performance. I think many of the things that I think you are doing is already focused on how to do this, how to make this work. I that the way to think about AI systems is not to think about it um, as something that can completely take control of things. Um, it is ultimately important for creative people, especially artists, to understand that at the end of the day, they need to know that they have driven, and it's their questions, their problems, their agency that is reflected in their artwork. And in order to do that, you cannot completely give over control to the system. And so be cautious in how much you are giving control. Use the machine to do things that would be, use the system to do things that you would otherwise find harder to do, physically harder to do, computationally harder to do, intellectually harder to do, simply because the system is an engine that drives in a way that uh, we humans are not able to. So um, in recent times, they have in the area of human computer collaboration, and there's a lot of work going on there in computer science around this. They talk about it as haba maba. Humans are better at, machines are better at. So humans are better at making decisions. Humans are better at creating empathic relationships, developing and showing empathy. They are able to make emotional connections. They are able to make better, understand things more holistically. And machines are better at certain kinds of things. They are better at calculation. They are better at computational kind of tasks. So the way to think about it is, what are you better at? And I think at the end of the day, what you are best at as an artist is to understand where your what your driving emotions and driving questions are, and using AI rather than being used by it seems to be the right way to go. Okay.
Thank you. I'm gonna move to the second question from Yanti Pani. Seeing the ability of AI technology to record data and easily provide information from that data into accurate writing or design, what do you think will happen to the advance of our profession as a lecturer in higher education in the future? Thank you. That's a question.
Well, yeah, it's a good question, but I think that Some of you might remember in the early days, Wikipedia, right? So our students were submitting essays and assignments using Wikipedia answers, cut and paste from Wikipedia. And it's very clear that it's not their answers. It's not them making it. Wikipedia is much better now because it's become a much more robust system for generating and compiling knowledge. I think that we cannot stop people from using technologies. There are some universities that have generated policies where they are saying, "Oh no, you cannot use this," but most of them have changed their minds. In the early days of AI, most of them did not want students to use ChatGPT. Now they are. The reason why is that you cannot shield this generation of students, young people, from technologies. And frankly, there's no real escaping these technologies. The question is, are they the masters of the technology, or are they being just simply generating answers from the systems? And so I think teaching our students to use these technologies in a responsible way, in a way that still keeps them learning things and not just simply generating answers from the machines, would be a good way to move this. But try not to stop them. I think it'll be important to acknowledge and understand that these technologies are here and they are going to be here for a while. It is important to highlight to them how important they are and their ideas are, and how they will learn better if they did not just simply rely on a system that can only generate answers. It cannot think for them.
Okay, thank you. I think there's another one question from the participant, but the administrator just told me that the participant will turn on the camera. Okay, I'm gonna wait. Okay. Administrator, please tell me when the participant will turn the camera on to ask the question.
This is the
Okay.
reason why we should not rely on technology.
Yes. Okay. Here we are.
Yes, please. You have to put your audio.
Please turn on the audio. Muhammad Aryansa.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will ask Professor Nadarajan maybe one or two questions. The first, correct me if I'm wrong. From your presentation, you try to, in my point of view, try to make a separation about the art history. I mean, in terms of the artistic creation. For example, the idea about human agency, human autonomy in art production. In my point of view, you said there is a time when photographic era, and after AI. Because the AI just like a special case of a machine who can take the control of the artist. What about the idea since the beginning of time, artistic production always related to the technology? When, for example, Sumerian people write Gilgamesh poem in a stone, they use just like a hammer or anything like that. So if
Puneet,
if the artistic creation always related to technology or machine in terms of AI, why we always talk about human agency, human autonomy in art? Because from the beginning of time, art always relating to technology, and there is no freedom in artistic creation. What we always promoting, I mean, about autonomy, about because every artist in every era always face the social problem, and what do you think about that?
Great question. I think that, the fact that artists and art always works around constraints, that we have to work on the material world, we have to craft the material world, and that we sometimes have to use tools, technologies, tools, things that we don't have control over, things that actually we can use to make our art. Um, that's part of how we have created, right? The fact that artists actually have this relationship to creating by use of tools, that relationship has not you one does not need to think about it as a negative one. I don't think about it as a negative one. What I'm thinking about is, what are the tools, and are the tools enabling us, our ability to do something, or are we letting the tool drive everything? So the problem many people say about that they have with AI generated images is that, where is the artist? What is the art, right? What is the artistic intention? What is the artistic motive in this? And I think that there is a separation between us and our tools, and we do have a responsibility, I think, as artists, as humans, even to decide how much of our agency we are willing to give over. Because when something is created without us doing anything to it, actually makes it difficult for us to say, oh, but is this created by the artist? And that's a big question out there, right? That people are asking. If a work is created by AI completely, why is it the artist's work? And in the copyright office in the US, the patent office in the US recently had a case last year where they determined that a human must be making an artwork in order for it to be eligible for copyright. Now, it's an important a decision, that legal decision, that actually has repercussions, because it basically says it cannot be art unless a human has made it. And I'm quite sure some artist is going to problematize that, make that a problem, and make a new work from there. And that's the genius of art, right? That we continue to challenge the things, the tools even that we make with. And so I didn't mean to say that, look, it's a negative relationship always. It can be a productive relationship, provided we understand why we are doing it, and what we are doing is still realized with whatever tool we are using, AI or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nadarajan, from this discussion, this very fruitful discussion. Because actually, it's very interesting for me because I always have this haunting dystopian idea of our autonomy got taken over by machines. So I think I can
That's
talk about it
easy.
like, yeah.
No need to
So,
worry.
yeah, now we can move to the second speaker presentation. Thank you again, Professor Nadarajan. And so we move to Professor Jeonghyeon Joo, our second speaker. Dr. Joo will present her presentation titled Living in an Era of AI as a Traditional Musician. And I actually really wonder how it will be, the concern and negotiation between them. Could AI and the art-making process of traditional music coexisting, or maybe other thoughts on it? So without further ado, Dr. Joo, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me share my screen, including the sound, since I'm going to be sharing some sounds as well. Okay. And share. Share sound. This is always needed for the Zoom lecture. I think you will be seeing my screen on Zoom in a second. Let me know if you can't see it.
Yeah, it's shown. I can see it. Well, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for attending this presentation. Thank you, Professor Nadarajan, for opening the session with your insightful thoughts. I actually resonated a lot and take my notes on my own notebook to keep those ideas for my future inspirations. So I'm Jeonghyeon Joo, an assistant professor at the Seoul Institute of the Arts here in South Korea. Before I introduce myself in detail, I would like to mention that it is such an honor to participate and deliver my presentation in this amazing international seminar. I would like to thank the Jakarta Institute of the Arts for the invitation in hosting the seminar. As I mentioned, I am a Hagum performer, composer, and researcher. By the way, the Hagum is a traditional Korean two-stringed fiddle that has over a millennium of history, which I have been playing since I was 10, which I might be elaborating on a little bit later. But currently, I am involved in the realm of Korean traditional music, contemporary music, new music, experimental art, performance art, and sometimes music technology. So today, I would like to share my observations and thoughts and experiences with AI from the perspective of a classically trained contemporary musician. There are a lot of predictions, concerns, exciting stuff, dystopian thoughts around AI, but I will be drawing on points and ideas from the recent history of music/audio technology, especially looking back at moments in history when transitions from analog to digital and from live concerts to recorded music occurred. I'll draw some clues from those moments and point out how AI is and will be affecting music making, listening, and sharing processes in this era. By the way, if you would like to check out my works, here is my website. So let me talk about why history matters a little bit first. So certainly, as Yuval Noah Harari, an Israeli medieval historian, pointed out in his newest book, Nexus, AI is a very powerful technology that will change history, of course, in that we need a historical perspective to understand what is happening and what are the political and potential consequences. Even though AI is completely different from every previous technology in history, and of course we could discuss why, there are still many relevant lessons that we can learn from previous revolutions, especially from the past 100 years of revolutions. In terms of music, to narrow down a little bit, like other fields, in the past 100 years, the concept of music, the way we compose music, the way we listen to music have changed remarkably fast rate. So for instance, imagine like 100 years ago as if you were living in the 1920s. About 100 years ago, listening to music without physically going to a concert was almost an impossible idea. You know, like us listening to music anywhere, anytime through our own device, on our phones, iPads, computers, is actually a very recent practice that recording technology, especially the digital recording technology and the internet, made possible. 100 years ago, to record a sound, as you can see in the picture, the device called telharmonium weighed 200 tons. So it was, you know, mobile recording, and carrying all those recording devices and recording sounds was almost impossible idea for normal people. And among a number of new pathways that digital recording technology opened up, its ability to repeat the sound or music and manipulate the sound were two key factors that enabled basically everything that we take for granted these days. This was a whole new and sensational function that humanity didn't think it's going to be possible with music, which is a time-based art form. Once you listen to the sound that is played in front of you, it immediately disappears after a few seconds of resonation. However, because of this recording technology, both music and music production have become intangible. From a giant horn and wax cylinder to a huge vinyl disc to 2 reels of tape to cassette to a smaller, thinner disc, even to a single MP3 player, and now to streaming, where you don't have to even own any of the songs that you listen to. And also, you can make music without singing or playing any instrument or writing down any note on a sheet of a paper, but by using and manipulating previous pre-existing sounds, which we call samples, from a giant repository of sounds and music from the internet. This is one of a famous TED Talk videos of Mark Ronson, and I would like to play this for a second. And he basically samples the opening signal sound of the TED Talk and processes it, and took samples from previous TED Talks and make his own music live on a stage. Let me know if you can't listen to the sound, by the way.
I'm going to slow it down because things sound cooler when they're slower.
So for the beat that he's making, a single sample that the TED Talk signal sound in the beginning of every TED Talk videos on YouTube was used to make the music so far. And he also samples speakers' voices from TED Talks. And you know what? This was exactly 10 years ago.
How are you? How are you?
I'm going to mix some music. I'm going to do so in a way that tells a story.
Something nobody's ever heard before.
I have a crossfader. I call this the mixer to DJ decks. in your brain is this amazing musical computer.
And this technique is what we call sampling, which I will come back in a few minutes. But what did it mean for traditional musicians like me who still play historical repertoires with tangible instruments? You know, I have a fiddle, I have a Korean two-string violin on my hand. What does it mean to me? So, like how people are predicting about AI at that time, many people thought that musicians will gradually disappear in the world, because with this recording technology, people could listen to music basically to listening to a recorded sound file without encountering a real musician. So therefore, no more new performers who play historical repertoires would be needed. But fortunately, musicians did not disappear from the world yet. At this point, let's zoom into a very specific musical example and take a look at the case of Sanjo, Korean traditional art music genre derived from folk music tradition, which first appeared in the 19th century in Korea and blossomed throughout the 20th century, which means this is relatively a new genre in Korean traditional music. I would say recent genre rather than a new genre. So Sanjo, literally meaning scattered melodies, is a highly improvisatory music performed with a solo melodic instrument accompanied by a drummer, as you can see in this photo, who plays a janggu, which is an hourglass-shaped drum. It had a big influence from shaman music and shinawi, which is a music that is accompanied to a shaman ritual and folk dances, which were actually very artistic and very popular at that time. And they had no fixed key or scored melody, which means the melodies that are written down on a score. So melodies and structures have been transformed throughout the century in a lot of different new styles of Sanjo for various instruments, for hagum, for other zithers, flutes, percussion instruments, etc., were constantly established during the 20th century. So it was an oral tradition rather than a notated music, and encouraged to add some individual interpretations and make a wide range of variations by improvising within several rhythmic patterns. It grew as a living tradition with a great amount of compositional and performance flexibility, emphasizing improvisational practices and reflecting individuals' artistic styles, which sounded like this. Of course, this is a recent performance by a modern performer, but you can listen to, you can get a sense how Sanjo sounded like originally. From the mid-20th century, since Sanjo was able to be recorded and since Sanjo was taught in universities, which means it has repeatedly been played on LPs, tapes, and CDs, the photos you saw in the beginning, over and over, and was heard over and over, and eventually was put down into a notated form on a sheet of paper rather than transmitting it orally, as you can see in this screen. This accelerated the learning process for younger musicians for sure, but ultimately resulted in a weakening of improvisational abilities and losing the essence of Sanjo. So now, 60 years later at this point, Sanjo is now considered more as a historical masterpiece rather than like living improvisational performer-composer practice. The concept of Sanjo is now, it's not that different from a just musical piece written by a composer, because written forms of Sanjo decontextualized the composing, performing flexibility by changing Sanjo from improvisation to fixed melodies. Musical changes in Sanjo since the 1960s have fallen into a process of what we call ossification, a kind of a fixed state, almost suggesting decay, owes much to the development of recording technology as well as the publication of scores and the institutionalized educational system. So I'm not blaming the recording technology, but this is a phenomena that happened to some kind of traditional musical genre. So what I want to say from this example of Sanjo is that the impact of new technology is quite hard to be predicted or proven immediately, what we are running now, but is gradually demonstrated over time. So who would have thought the evolution of recording technology would affect not only our daily lives, our listening practices, but also the whole aesthetic and concept of a musical genre of Korean traditional art music? And of course, there are a number of examples other than Sanjo that went through a similar process. And actually, standard jazz went through a pretty similar process. So let's move on to AI. So what if an AI learns these accumulated recordings of Sanjo? 2 years ago in 2022, my colleague Lee-Kyung Lee and his collaborator Brandon Snyder developed a patch on a program called Max MSP from Cycling 74 company and Rave by Ilcom, and fed a bunch of Hagen Sanjos played by different performers that were downloadable on YouTube. And this is how AI, the system that we built, that they built, regenerated after learning sound files of Hagen Sanjos. Let's take a listen for a few moments. And of course, they fed all the Hagen Sanjos that were available online. And I really wonder, what do you think? Does it sound like Sanjo? Does it sound pretty messy or glitchy? Would like to hear your opinions later. But of course, this is not a radical reinterpretation or representation of Sanjo. It didn't learn any historical, cultural, and musical context or background of Sanjo, but it literally just learned sounds of them based on a very simple algorithm. But what is interesting about this AI-generated Sanjo anyway is that these lo-fi glitches that happen all the time throughout the whole 12 minutes of AI-generated Sanjo, that probably occurred from feeding multiple, just similar melodies, and they are something that I never imagined doing with Sanjo. That I never imagined that I would do or compose or arrange this way. And this glitch, of course, often considered a mistake or imperfection side of AI, is what actually interests artists or composers like me and reveals about the actual learning and reorganizing processes that AI does with those sound files. Oh, this is how they learn and absorbed and reorganized those sounds. And also, I would like to share one more performance video. With the patch that we built on this system, the patch that was used for programming allowed the real-time control and synthesis of 8 to 16 parameters of the music reproduced by AI. And of course, those parameters will entail like pitch, rhythms, speed, which we call tempo, timbre, frequency levels, things like that. And one of the programmers, Hyung, improvised using this patch with his mixer, which sounded like this. So this is the side, to quote Professor Nadarajan, this is human controlling the AI system and making the system that it wouldn't normally do. And this is a human-controlled AI Sanjo that was performed live in an improvisation form. Here we go. The video is also available on YouTube. So at this point, Sanjo is no more a sacred masterpiece that has fixed melodies and everything that you have to play exactly the same as your teacher or the recordings of historical masters, but something that you can mesh up, which you can end up sounding like noise improvisation, heavy metal, or experimental improvisation. Something that you end up controlling the system and making the system that, again, quoting Professor Nadarajan, that it wouldn't go this far. However, as you all know, an AI having access to a giant storage or repository of data on the internet can never be free from ethical issues. Again, looking back at the history, the recent history, music genre called plunderphonics, introduced by John Oswald in 1985, might give us some approaches. So plunderphonics is a music genre in which tracks are constructed by sampling very recognizable musical works like Michael Jackson, Backstreet Boys, Beach Boys, stuff like that. They often sample really prominent parts of pre-existing music. And this whole concept was introduced by, again, John Oswald in his essay, Plunderphonics or Audio Piracy as a Compositional Prerogative. And those music that are in the realm of plunderphonics sounds like this. It actually quite sounds like an AI-generated music. So basically, to make a 1.5 minute of music, they would take literally a second of samples from maybe more than hundreds of songs. And these samples are usually uncleared and sometimes result in legal action being taken due to copyright infringement. Some plunderphonic artists use their work to protest what they consider to be overly restrictive copyright laws. Many plunderphonic artists claim their use of other artists' materials falls under the fair use of doctrine. So actually, this composer, John Oswald, is now living in Canada. He got into some legal troubles for sure. Is key. And of course, AI for music making is no more, just a sampling machine, like, or it's not just like sampling like plunderphonics, but it's a very much more complex system that learns its musical idioms, not only like the samples of the sounds itself, like the AI Sanjo learned, but the AI would learn its musical logic, instrumentation, timbre, harmony, structure, etc. But the question remains the same. Is it a copyright infringement, or is it a new form of art? Can it be considered as challenge to the previous form of art, or is it just a piracy, or is it just one form of sound collage? So I think a lot of artists, including myself, are really interested in trying to solve and figure out this problem that many creative people are encountering as AI becomes more prominent, which is basically, we all want to be a good collaborator with AI, but how do we encourage experimentation without stealing others' work to train AI models? And honestly, I don't have a clear answer to it yet. We do have a lot of generic answers, generic ideas that we can have from the history and from online and things like that. And I would like to conclude my presentation with the response that AI gave me about this question. So the AI gave this answer. This question strikes at the heart of ethical creativity in the digital age. As artists, we want to push boundaries, explore new mediums, and embrace technological advancements like AI. However, there's a delicate balance between inspiration and exploitation. We must advocate for transparent data sourcing, ethical AI training methods, and fair compensation for creators whose work influences these models. The challenge lies not just in protecting our own artistry, but in fostering an ecosystem where creativity and innovation can thrive without compromising the integrity of individual expression. Although I'm not an engineer, but I am a consumer of some AI products, mostly in sound engineering and translation, sometimes image generations. But this is obviously a very sensational, groundbreaking, and remarkable time. And I would like to end my presentation by opening the conversation and discussion on this question with everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation, Dr. Joo. When we talk about rapid development of AI, we always wonder about its impact on us. And Dr. Joo has focusing on one specific case. In this case is Sanjo, and several other more contemporary music that we already listen the sample. And it could give us a more detailed picture about how AI is impacting this area, not only the creative process, but also the sharing process. And I think it's not only affecting the work of art itself, but also the scene as well. So I'm gonna open the second discussion session. As in the previous discussion, we have limited time actually now because our time is kind of limited. So you can write down to the chat box and I will read the question. So actually we already have questions here. We have Sandi Rahmat Harsa, which contains 3 questions that is related to each other, but maybe you can answer it in one time because the time is very limited. So I'm gonna read it. Questions from Sandi Rahmat Harsa. Should traditional musicians adapt to AI technology to stay competitive, or should they focus on methods that have been passed down from generation to generation? And talking about traditional musician, how to maintain the cultural character of traditional music amidst the trend of using AI that can replicate various music genres, how to assess originality and musical works in the AI area. And the last question from Sandi Rahmat Harsa is, what are the biggest challenges faced by traditional musicians in facing the development of AI technology? So I think this question is related, and you can answer it in one go. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. This is an amazing question and very important and heavy question for musicians, especially traditional musicians who still play, tangible instruments, acoustic instruments, historical repertoires, and still collaborating with living human composers. To begin with, that's a really great question, whether asking whether we have to adapt to AI technologies to stay competitive. I think the word competitive is really interesting. What I would prioritize or care about adopting to AI, or using the AI in my practice would be basically this question: what does interests me? If certain part of AI interests you, and you will naturally follow or go or learn that direction. If the AI, whatever part or whatever side of AI doesn't interest you, I think maybe you can accept that as well. AI is nothing, maybe in my opinion, maybe this is not a thing that we can choose as an option or as a choice, but I think this is more like a decision that we make based on the question under what is interesting to me. And of course, there are so many parts and aspects of AI that we can approach. I use AI for mixing, usually for mixing, when I am recording and mixing my composition or sound. There are amazing AI tools, but they can't be called like AI generated music. I can get an aid or help of AI during my process of music making or even mixing or things like that, but that's not really a music that is generated by AI, So I think it's solely your decision to whether to learn or adapt or use the AI in a certain process of music performance or making. I think it it answers your question. And the second question, how do I maintain the cultural character of traditional music? This is a really tricky question, because at the beginning, when AI just came out, I thought that characteristic of traditional music will be even more and more obvious, because as you heard, there are glitches, still there are glitches, there are, mistakes, imperfection side of AI generated music, or AI, learn the music that is produced by AI. And that's why those just traditional repertoires or traditional characters of music remain still very unique and distinguishable. But I am not sure how this will evolve or change over time. Maybe, it's, at this rate at this speed of technological development, I'll have a totally different answer tomorrow, probably. But at this point, I am also an observer who is watching and trying to figure out how do we bring out the cultural characteristics of our traditional music. And lastly, the biggest challenges that I faced as a traditional musician, I am actually not sure. So far, as I mentioned, I'm not a avid user of AI. I would use some tools that are based on some algorithms when I need them, when I have some problems that I can solve by myself, I will get an aid from those AI. So actually, I'm a more a person who got a lot of helpful sides of AI rather than like facing on hardship as a traditional musician. Of course, this will also change over time. Maybe there will be a lot of difficulties to survive as a traditional musician as AI basically like dominates the music market or music industry. But I think this is also a very early timing to really predict or even think about it. I think we still can take time experimenting, observing, messing things out, and playing and experimenting with AI. And hope this was enough answer for you. Sandy Ramat Harsa.
Thank you. And we have like one last question from Elina Julindariana. It also has like three questions that's related. So the questions are, do you think AI could help in documenting and analyzing complex traditional music techniques that are at risk of being lost? And can AI help bridge the gap between traditional and contemporary music styles? If so, how? And how can traditional musicians use AI as a tool for creativity without compromising the essence of their musical heritage?
These are really important questions too. And then I think these questions overlap a little bit with previous questions, but these are actually really inspiring questions as a traditional musician. So far, as I mentioned, I am now, I wouldn't say positive or I would like, I don't have any take on my AI on, like, oh, are you a pros or cons? I don't have that, but analyzing complex traditional music techniques, I think AI is already helping document and analyzing complex music techniques such as like microtones, because not even an AI, but like because of the digital audio technology, it enabled to basically measure the frequencies of pitches in super detail that maybe human ear cannot really reach. Or I think not even AI, but the audio technology is already playing a big role in terms of documenting and analyzing traditional music techniques. And maybe that's going to be preventing, or that's going to be helpful for preventing the risk of being lost. But, what being lost? Is it just naturally disappearing, or is it people who are abandoning, or is AI who is abandoning? It's a really I think complex matter of to define some tradition as being lost. And secondly, can AI help bridge the gap between traditional and contemporary music styles? I think this is also the part that music technology is already doing, like blending and putting the mediums together, like traditional instruments and electronics, traditional instruments and contemporary composition, traditional instruments converted into MIDI so that other composers from other cultural background can also have a taste of certain instrument from far away. I think this is already, the technology has been maybe contributing to this part, but I am also really curious how AI will go even further in this realm of bridging the gap between the traditional music and contemporary, or even the future, or maybe it's going to be already doing those. And then I think what we are interested as an artist is how these will bridge the gap, or how will this evolve, and how will these move forward, right? And that compromising the essence of the musical heritage part, it's also a very complicated matter, in my opinion. It doesn't necessarily mean that we lose our certain musical techniques when we use an AI tool. Maybe we will be able to emphasize a certain musical heritage or technique or timbre by using an AI. So I think this really depends on the human and how the humans use these AI and manipulates them as a tool. So yeah, I hope these answered your questions a little bit. These are very complicated questions I am also really curious about, and a lot of people have been figuring out, and the questions that we are still really waiting and observing to put out in the world. So maybe we can have another conference next week and see how the whole industry changed over the year. And thank you.
Thank you. And actually, there's one last question that I just got from the administrator. So it's from Kansa Putri Hakim. How do we maximize the usage of AI to mimic extinct or forgotten traditional music for education purposes? Maybe it's kind of like a short question. So yeah, you can answer it.
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is also a really important part of AI, a positive part that AI can do for the traditional arts. So the short answer will be just feed into AI a bunch of data, even though if it's just if you only have a little data of certain traditional music or traditional, music genre or piece, just save them in a digital file and feed them into an AI system and make them learn over and over and over. And then AI will start bringing out the elements, structures, harmonies, melodies, and the elements of the music gradually. So to maximize the usage of AI and to preserve those traditional music, just feed them a bunch of sound files or video files or musical scores, things like that, that can be saved as data in a form of data, and make them learn over and over. That's my short answer to that. I can also recommend some softwares if you're interested, but I think that will entail a whole another session for the conference. So
yeah, sure. Thank you very much. There's actually a lot of questions because maybe we have a lot of musicians here, so it is a very interesting subject. So thank you again, Dr. Joo, and we're gonna moving to our last speaker. So in the previous presentations from Professor Nadarajan and Dr. Joo, we already discussed how AI might impact the creative process in human-made arts. Yeah, we cannot deny that AI has begun to take a position in our life. And now the question is, can we use AI as a collaborative tool in the creative process? Professor Eko Indrajit will present his presentation, which titled Augmenting Human Creativity, the Synergy of Artificial Intelligence and Artistic Expression in the 21st Century. Professor Indrajit, you have the stage.
Hi, everyone. A very good morning, good afternoon, good evening for other participants from the other part of the globe. Thank you for being here today in such a prestigious conference. I will be discussing how AI collaborates with humans to create extraordinary artistic work in the modern era. This topic is very fascinating because AI is not only helping in technical fields, but is also enriching human creativity across various art forms. So before we dive in a little bit more on how AI in the art world, let's we take a closer look at what AI, like the previous speakers already introduced to you. I can refer AI as the advanced technology that enables machines to learn from vast amount of data and make autonomous decisions, usually mimicking human intelligence. Its impact is felt across numerous fields, including the arts, where AI acts not as the replacement for human creativity, this is very important, but as an innovative tool that enhances and expands our creative potentials. This AI technology not only introduced new possibility for artistic expressions, but also challenge our traditional understanding of creativities, opening up new frontiers in the fusion of art and technology. So, when we hear the questions from participants today, it is wise for us, and in terms of talking AI, it's not just talking about the legal point of view, about the ethical point of view, but sometimes we have also to talk about the philosophy of thinking, the philosophy of creativity. What is actually creativity? What is actually thinking? Do human really create something that is very, very 100% unique or authentic? Yeah. We can talk about that one for days, but now my part is how AI and human can work together to make the art world more interesting for the human being. We often perceive AI as merely a technological tool, but in reality, it already shown by the previous speakers, it functions as a creativity partner that helps humans push beyond conventional thinking and creation. AI has shown their capability and capacity to generate novel ideas and solutions that might not have naturally occurred to us, acting as a catalyst for innovation. Let's see the example of the Runway ML platform, which empowers creators to produce images, videos, music, and text with AI assistance, vastly expanding the creativity landscape. By integrating AI into the creative process, artists and innovators can explore new realms of possibility, fostering a deeper collaboration between human ingenuity and, of course, machine intelligence. In the painting and digital art, AI has created remarkable pieces that have captured the attention of both the art world and the public. Edmond de Bellamy, for example, the AI-generated portrait that fetched $432,000 US at Christie's auction. It shows that the potential of AI in the art market and also in the growing of the digital economy. This artwork was produced by the Generative Adversarial Network, or GENS, which is a type of AI technology that pits two neural networks against each other to generate realistic images. Additionally, artists like Mario Klinsmann utilize AI to craft generative art, merging human creativity with AI's computational prowess, further blurring the lines between which one is because of the human expertise and which one from machine-generated innovation. AI is making also a profound impact in the field of music as well. A notable example of OpenAI MuseNet, an AI system capable of composing music in a variety of genres, ranging from classical to rock to pop, and of course, alternative. This technology allows musicians and composers to experiment with new styles and structures, pushing the boundaries of traditional music making. Let's see the example of Taryn Southern, who used the AIVA or IVA platform to produce her album, I Am AI, showcasing how AI can collaborate with artists to elevate their creative process. I also a user of Suno Music, for example. With the help of AI, I create a song for my mother. And believe it or not, my mother cries after hearing or listening to the works of AI and me. It is just the simple proof that in the world of art, AI and human can create something that are beneficial or bring some kind of value to the human life. How about in the literature and storytelling area? AI is demonstrating its potential by generating stories, poetries, and even scripts. Look, the OpenAI GPT-4 is a prime example, offering writers a powerful tool to brainstorm ideas, develop plots, and even produce entire drafts. This collaboration between AI and human authors challenged the conventional limits of storytelling, opening up new creative avenues. Writers can explore innovative narrative structures, experiment with styles, and push the boundaries of their craft, making the writing process more dynamic and receptive to creative experimentation. AI also enhanced the creative process by generating unexpected combinations and offering fresh perspectives that might not arise from traditional methods. AI contributes to the creations, and artists remain essential in refining, curating, and providing context to AI-generated content. Look into the Google's Magenta project, which enables musicians and artists to collaborate with AI in producing new composition or artworks. This partnership exemplifies how humans and machines can work together to push the boundary of creativities, blending human intuition with AI computational power to create something truly innovative. How about the ethical and philosophical considerations? AI becomes more embedded in the creative process. Certain questions arise regarding authorship and originality, as explained by the previous speakers. Who holds the right of AI-generated works? And can such creation can be considered truly original, or they're simply a reproduction of existing patterns? One day, my professors in Indonesia saying to me something like that, Eko, whatever you write is simply the permutation of words that already exist. And then I think, yes, he is true. Whatever I write is actually the combination or the permutation of the words, of the letters. So all the letters and all the words are already defined. All of them are already in the dictionaries. So if I combine all of those words into one poetry, into one book, into one scripts, for example, do you think I'm doing the original things? It's the same with the music. Is this the permutation? Is it the combinations of the sound, of the what you call that, of the duration of the sound, of the variation of the sound, where the sounds and the frequency already there, from do, re, mi to ti, for example. So this is really blur the lines between human and machine generated content because human also of activity significant ethical concern about the ownership of creative outputs and the extent to which human input influence AI generated works. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of AI in the arts. What does the future hold for AI and art? As AI continues to evolve, it is likely that even more collaborative projects between humans and AI will emerge, potentially giving rise to new art forms that blend human creativity with AI capacities to process vast amounts of data. Refik Anadol, who uses AI to convert data into breathtaking digital arts installation, for example. His creation exemplify how AI can transform raw data into immersive and dynamic art experience. It hints at the exciting possibilities for future artist collaboration between human and machines. AI also democratizing art by making complex creative process accessible to a broader audience, regardless of technical expertise. A notable example of Art Breeder, a platform where users can collaborate with AI to create entirely new visual images by blending multiple artworks or photos. As conclusions, from my point of view, AI is not meant to replace human creativities, but to augment and enhance it. Whether in visual arts, music, or even storytelling, AI introduces new creativity possibilities and pushes the boundaries of what can be achieved. So, my fellow friends, every time I have to talk about AI in my classroom, I always ask one question to my students. You know Iron Man, right? Now, if you are the you are the fans of Iron Man, I will ask you one question. Which one is smarter, Tony Stark or Jarvis? Tony Stark alone without Jarvis cannot produce something. Jarvis without the prompting from Tony Stark mean nothing. The collaboration of Tony Stark and Jarvis create technology, create new type of products that beneficial for human life. So welcome to the Society 5.0, where humans work together with machines to make a better life for the humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Indrajit, for your inspiring presentation. So, based on Professor Indrajit presentation, we can see that there are possibilities to explore AI as a tool that help the creative process. And now we have another discussion session, actually like our last discussion session. You can write your question down to the chat box and the administrator will send it to me. And now actually we already have one, I think it's not a question, but comments or opinion. So you can like give your comment as well. It is from Hafid Andriono. In my opinion, we do have to adapt to AI technology to remain competitive, but the final result must still be decided by humans, not AI. So I think it is related to your previous slides about like the ownership of AI generated work. So your opinion, please.
I totally agree with that opinion. We are the masters, they are the slaves, right? Because we create AI. Human created technology. So we are the one that will decide which one we are going to use and which one we are not going to use for the humanity to increase our quality of life. I think that is the principle. I agree with that opinion 100%. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we have another question from Mulyono. If the creativity of the one who prompts is considered ethically as owner of the works, it means another feed we submit to the ML, then other creative prompter may consider ethically too as an owner of similar images. A kind of paradoxical situation would happen. Please explain further. Thank you.
From the ethical point of view, this is my humble opinion, right? For examples, I prompt to ChatGPT-4 to create images. And then the new image occur, which is the unique image. And when I use this image on my book, on my presentation, what should I do? This is what I do so far. I told them, I put it on my screen. These pictures was, the source is like this. Prompted by Echo Indrajit and generated by ChatGPT. So I tell them the process of creating the products. I have published a book where humans work together with AI. And on the first page of the book, I put a disclaimer. I told the audience how the book is created. I have three writers together with me. The first writer create prompts. The second writers execute the prompt. The third writer doing the proofreading. The fourth writer is challenging or validating the content of the book. So it's very simple. We don't have to hide anything. We just tell the audience the creation process of the products. Why? Because this is the challenge of the society 5.0. Everybody 5.0 realize in the society 5.0, humans work together with machines. It means that some of their works are produced by the machines. So how to make it ethically? I just tell them the process of creating those products or services. As simple as that. I become transparent because the transparency is a part of the accountability. That's how ethical from my point of view. I don't claim that those songs created purely by me. I don't claim that those books are created from my own effort, but I tell them I'm working together with ChatGPT. I'm working together with Suno. I'm working together with Dectopus. That's what I'm doing every day when I work with AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Indrajit. So we have one last question from Sandi Rahmat Harsa, and actually it contains like 3 questions here.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, 4. Yeah.
Oh, 4.
Yeah, it's all like a lot. But I think the questions are related, so you can like answer them like one go.
Okay.
So, how can we ensure that AI that makes decisions based on data not only reflects the past, but is also able to respond to social change and future innovation? And
Okay.
can
Stop there.
AI?
Stop there
Hmm?
first.
Okay.
That's why we need human, right? Because AI, from the name of AI, artificial intelligence, it means whatever coming from those machines are actually artificial. Do you think AI have an empathy? It's an artificial empathy. Do you think AI have emotion? It is an artificial emotion. Do you think AI have a personality? It's just an artificial personality because all based on mathematics, based on data, based on patterns feeding to those systems. So we are the human that have the task, yeah, the responsibility to ensure that AI help us in making quality decision. The second question, can AI truly understand the concept of justice, equality? Yeah. Understand it in the artificial way. You know what I mean? Artificial way? Because they can replace how the brain works, but they cannot replace your heart. Their emotion is artificial emotion. But when you talk about human heart, you decide something based on your humanity feelings, based on your humanity experience, and based on your human nature. That is something that AI cannot replace. Or if they try to replace it, this is actually an artificial replacement. Number 3, what is the future of art education in a world where AI plays okay? My guru said that architect will not be replaced by AI. Architect will be replaced by other architects who are using AI. Professors will not be replaced by AI, but professor will be replaced by other professors who are using AI. It means that human being will be not replaced by the machine, but they will be replaced by other human being who use AI to doing their daily activities. And number 4, is it ethical to allow AI to be creative partner in art given that it may assess and modify creative data produced by other blah, blah, blah? Okay. Once again, tell the people who enjoy your products by telling them how you create the product. If you have a suspicion or if you suspect that some of the artworks is like similar to other works by other people, tell them about that. It's like we are doing the citation of the publication. So being a transparency is one of the ethical attributes that we have to become usual to it when we are using the AI human products. So for time being, because everybody is doing the debate on these issues, the simple thing is just tell the truth whenever you create products or services by using AI for your partners. As simple as that. Nothing to be hide. Just tell them. Why? Remember, Jarvis will not do anything unless Tony Stark give order to them, give prompt to them. And if Jarvis creates something, Tony Stark has a right to ask the Jarvis, do you think this is original idea or you are copying somebody else? And then when Jarvis said, okay, I got the idea from blah, 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 okay, disclose those ideas to the public. That is transparency, society 5.0. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Indrajit. We also now that we still have a little time here, I'm gonna read some opinion from Dewa. In my opinion, we have to always remember that our works, especially design works, need to have purposes. So the use of AI is merely a tool to achieve those purposes. Without the purpose, the use of AI would have several chances to be problematic at ethical, moral, and copyright level. And hot take, scammer understand this. Their purpose is to scam people to steal money for the unfortunate, and they use AI to impersonate someone famous, whether their faces or their voices to scam people. So that's a hot take from Dewa. They have like opinion on this or something. And also, we have further question from Mulyono. Mm, on near future, I mean, like the previous question from Mulyono is about ethic. So the further question here is, on near future, we will have similar image text, thoughts, and maybe feeling that are claimed ethically by many creative owner. Yeah, so that's the follow-up question from Mulyono.
Yes, I totally agree with all of this opinion because from my point of view, if you are good people and then you have AI, your goodness will become more massive. But if you are a criminals, you are bad people, you are unethical people, plus AI, you become more unethical. So this is not about the AI or the technology, but who is the man behind the gun? If you are ethical people and using AI, usually you become a more ethical people because you know what is ethics. But if you are a criminal, you are using AI, you become more criminals. Why? Because that is who you are. So technology is actually neutral. Who are the men behind the gun? So most of the people blame the technology. Most of the people blame the products of the humanity because of they don't know how to use it. So I have a formula that is whether AI can be using for a good or bad is totally based on who are the men behind the gun. That is my opinion. The good man become better, the bad guy become worse because of the machines. It's like knife, right? You can use knife to kill people, but you can use knife to cook a great food. Do you think it's the fault of the knife? No, it depends on who are using the knife. Those are my opinion.
Okay, and how about Mulyono's like further question? But like, how about like in the future we have like a lot of arts that claim ethically owned by many owners.
Claiming something that is not them or not belong to somebody or not creation of somebody is already unethical. As simple as that. You are claiming something that is not purely from your creation. That's already unethical. That's what I mean by it depends on the person, right? So if you know that the way you create something like this, you have is because of the help of the AI, why don't you just disclose it? Prompted by me, generated by AI tools. Why shouldn't I just say like that? Do I lie by saying that? No. You lie because if you said, this is my original product, my original masterpiece. But at the same time, actually it's coming from AI. That is actually, that is what actually my point is. So good or bad is not because of the technology, but because of the motivation of the one who are using AI. If your motivation is against the law, it will be against the law. If your motivation using the unethical ways of doing something, and you become unethical. So it's simple as that, actually, right? So the challenge is ethical people will find a way how to become ethical in using AI. And those are my propositions. Just disclose how do you creating your masterpiece. That's the way that I can say very fair and to the communities. You still remember, my friend, another Iron Man movies when Tony Stark almost died because of the reactor of his body poisoned his body, and he is trying to find the replacement. And how do he found it? After he talked to AI, after he discussed with AI. Without the discourses between human and machines, those reactors will not be found. And that is the AI for, like Michael Jackson said, to make a better world for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Indrajit. With the last question answered by Professor Indrajit, I will end the last discussion session. So to conclude our today's discussion in the topic of redefining art and creativity in the domination of artificial intelligence in the 21st century and beyond, I will begin with the concern about the development of AI in its relation to art and creative process. Professor Nadarajan begins the discussion with AI, how its features replicates human intelligence that might shift humans' agency and autonomy. There are, in fact, technologies throughout the history that is automated, but there are still humans behind it, and it does not have the intelligence that became the special feature of AI. AI features might look like it replicates humans' autonomy and agency. Thus, the anxiety that it might replace human might occur. However, there are also features of AI that distinguish AI-generated art and human-made art, and Professor Nadarajan shows several cases that shows that the fully automated AI is just a deception. And then Dr. Joo continued to more detailed case of the impact of AI in traditional music, particularly sanjo. The production of AI-generated sanjo shows that it is just a mere reproduction of sounds, and it does not contain the historical aspects of the sound itself. That is the glitch of the AI-generated music. This finding of Dr. Joo is in the same wavelength with Professor Nadarajan's argumentation that there is, in fact, lackness and glitch in AI-made art because it can only replicate what already made by human. However, Professor Indrajit argues that AI is not a technological tool that could replace human. Rather, it can be utilized that collaborating tools in the art-making process. Professor Indrajit shows a lot of cases where artists can explore unlimited possibilities with AI. And about the ethical, Professor Indrajit argues that we also have to disclose the process of creating the product as the accountability. So that is the conclusion from today's discussion. I want to say thank you for our three keynote speakers today, Professor Nadarajan, Dr. Joo, and Professor Indrajit. Thank you very much for the insightful presentations. Also, thank you to anyone for interesting questions so we can discuss the topic further. I will give the floor back to Kansa, and I am Areispina Dimusaga Mirafiori signing off.
Thank you so much, Kak Aga, for the wonderful conclusions. That was it, ladies and gentlemen and others. We have finished the first session of Jakarta Institute of Arts Online International Seminar. But this is not yet the end. Please do come back for session 2. I remind you once again, we still have session 2. So before closing the session, we would like to give e-certificate to the keynote speaker, followed by a group picture with the audience. So audience, please prepare yourself to open your camera later after the e-certificate. All right, the first e-certificate will be given to Kak Arespin Dimusaga Miraifori as moderator. Team, can you help show the, yeah. There we go, Kak Aga, the certificate for you.
Thank you, Kansa.
And the next certificate will be for Professor Gunalan Nadarajan from STEM School of Art and Design, University of Michigan, USA. And the third will be for Dr. Jeonghyeon Joo from Seoul Institute of Arts, Seoul. And the next will be for Professor Dr. Ricardus Eko Indrajit from Jakarta Institute of the Arts, Indonesia. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, an immense thank you to the keynote speaker for the knowledge, the fresh insight, and the enlightenment on the topic of artificial intelligence, which as of now has become a part of our daily lives and even our livelihood, such as education or creating in general. So thank you so much. As an animator myself, what you presented today has been so insightful for me to create in the near future. Thank you to honored guests, sponsors, speakers, moderators, academic writers, seminar attendees, and of course, Jakarta Institute of Arts academic community for attending this online international seminar. And I would like to remind you that we still do have a second session. So please do come back after the short break to process the new insights we all received. And today, the second session will start at 1 p.m., which will have the first speaker will be Aung van Engelenhoven, PhD, from Leiden University, Netherlands. And the second will be Dr. M. Romain Fohr from Sorbonne Nouvelle University, Paris. And the third will be Dr. Martin Suryajaya M.Hum from Jakarta Institute of Arts. I guess we can take the group picture now. All right, so the audience, please open your camera. Yeah, all right. All right, yeah, come on, open your camera. Let's take a group picture together before we officially end this session. All right, I will say 1, 2, 3, and you all will pose, and the administrator will help screen cap the picture. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. All right, that's it. Once again, I would like to thank our sponsors for today. PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero, TBK, PT Pertamina Persero, and PT Mekogen for the constant trust and support on every occasion held by Jakarta Institute of Arts. And that's all for the first session. See you later in the second session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and have a good day.
Muda diperang bangun deh. Tidurnya di mana? Kok di sini?
Yasore, Yasasore.
pepaya, mangga, pisang, jambu dibawa dari pasar minggu. Di sana banyak penjualnya. Di kota banyak pembelinya. Pepaya, buah yang berguna. Bentuknya sangat sederhana. Rasanya manis tidak tawar, membikin badan sehat sekar. Pepaya, jeruk, jambu, rambutan, durian, duku, dan lain-lainnya. Marilah, mari kawan-kawan semua membeli buah-buahan. Pepaya, makanan rakyat, karena sangat bermanfaat. Harganya juga tak mengikat, setalen tuan boleh angkat.
Aduh, iya lek mon olar alengker. Aduh ya lek lar cindeun mak nyengapeui. Aduh, iya lek mon tak kelar bule seni seru. Aduh ya lek jaga tedung mak engapeui. Ole olang para ona ala jere. Ole olang ala jere kamatura. Ole olang mola jere pon pepera. Ole olang ngaleser angin sakera. Aduh, yale mon olar alengker. Aduh yale lar cindeun mak nyengapei. Aduh, yale mon tak kelar bula seniser. Aduh yale ceket pedung mak engapei. Ole olang para ona ala jere. Ole olang ala jere kamatura. Ole olang mono jerpon empepera. Ole olang ngaleser angin sakera.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May good be upon us all. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Wede Dongtian, Sampurasun, Rahayu, and good day. My name is Kansa Putri Hakim, and I will be hosting Jakarta Institute of Arts International Seminar until this evening. Welcome back, honored guests, sponsors, speakers, moderators, academic writers, seminar attendees, and Jakarta Institute of Arts academic community. This online seminar is one of the events leading up to the 53rd Dies Natalis of Institut Kesenian Jakarta, Evolving Perspective, Unleashing Boundless Creativity. Today's big theme, as of the first session as well, and the topic is redefining art and creativity in the domination of artificial intelligence in 21st century and beyond, which revolves around exploring, igniting creation on an advanced, innovative art that will not dwindle the test of time to achieve new heights and accomplishments in the art landscape and education. Jakarta Institute of Arts Online International Seminar will be divided in 2 days. Day 1 being the opening on October 1st, live on Zoom this morning, and live on YouTube as well. And on day 2 on October 2nd, which will be virtual room in Google Meeting, discussing AI in daily life. I would like to thank today's sponsor, PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero, PT Pertamina Persero, and PT Mepogen for the constant trust and support of this online international seminar. Once again, thank you. Also, last but never least, we thank, praise, and pray to God Almighty for this event to sail as smooth as the mountain wind blows, strong and steady. We hope this seminar will be useful for those in attendance and beyond. Amen. To recap the first session, as I'm sure all of you attend, or if you don't, this is why I'm here to recap for you. So at the first session, we had Kak Arespin Dimusaga Miraifori as our moderator, and the first speaker was Professor Gunalan Nadarajan from STEM School of Art and Design, University of Michigan, USA, which concludes the definition of mastering AI or mastered by AI. And in the second, we have Dr. Jeonghyeon Joo from Seoul Institute of the Arts, Korea, talking about living in an era of AI as a traditional musician, which concludes feeding the data is not the same as creating, especially in music production, as AI not only produce sound samples, so samples of sound, but not the musical varieties as traditional musician does. And the last speaker, we have Professor Dr. Ricardus Eko Indrajit from Pradita University, Indonesia, talking about augmenting human creativity, the synergy of artificial intelligence and artistic expression in the 21st century, which emphasized that human nature is something that can never be replaced, because AI is not meant to be a replacement, but are built to enhance and amplify the creation of art and coexist with us as a human on our daily lives and our livelihood. All right, today's moderator, we have Kak Bau. I'm sure she's here already. I will greet her again later. I would like to discuss more on our speaker for today, which we have 3 speakers. Mr. Awan van Engelenhoven, PhD from Leiden University, Netherlands. And the second speaker will be Dr. Romain Fohr from Sorbonne Nouvelle University, Paris. And the third will be Dr. Martin Suryajaya MHum from Jakarta Institute of the Arts, Indonesia. But before we begin this seminar and before I greet Kak Bawuk again, let me remind you to please be respectful during the speakers meeting, and please don't open your mic, do not interrupt. If you have any questions, just ask it in the chat. You can directly chat, and especially for Mr. Awan van Engelenhoven, since he will be playing a video only, so please ask your questions through the chat, and please attach your email so we can forward your questions to Mr. Awan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us introduce Kak Bau Kerespati.
Hi, hello. I hope
Hi, Kak. How are
my
you?
audio is okay. Good. I just finished class, so.
Oh, it looks so bright today in Tokyo, right? Oh,
Yes.
Are you in Tokyo?
Yes. It was cloudy this morning, but now the sun is out. I think they're happy for this conference as well.
All right, then without further ado, I guess I do not want to prolong this any further. I'm sure they're very excited for the speakers. So Kak Bau, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Kansa, for the lovely introduction and the recap as well, because unfortunately I wasn't able to fully join the first session. And hello, everyone. Hopefully everyone is well, wherever you are. Good afternoon from my time zone, but we are going to do this with a morning spirit. So if you participated in the first session, welcome back. And if you just joined us, welcome. Once again, my name is Bawuk, and I will be the moderator for this second session of Yuksabi opening day. Before we start, even though it was mentioned earlier, I just want to refresh everyone on how we are going to proceed with this second session. So just like in the first session, we have 3 keynote presentations from 3 distinguished speakers. First, we have Mr. Aune van Engelenhoven, PhD from Leiden University, Netherlands. Mr. Aune is a lecturer in Leiden University Institute for Area Studies. His research focuses on several linguistic and anthropological issues in Indonesia and East Timor and among Moluccan migrants in the Netherlands. He has quite a portfolio. His research can be distinguished in historical linguistics, descriptive linguistics, oral traditions, language and cognition, and I'm sure many more. As mentioned by Kansa earlier, unfortunately, Mr. Aune cannot join us in real time right now, but we will have a pre-recorded version of his presentation. So you are still welcome to ask questions if you have about his presentation. Just write them in the chat box and our team will try our best to get these questions to Mr. Aune later. And for our second presenter, we have Dr. M. Romain Fohr. I'm sorry if I don't pronounce that correctly in the accent, but Dr. Fohr is from Sorbonne Nouvelle University in France. He is a lecturer in the Institute of Theatre Studies in Sorbonne, and he was a deputy director in the same institution between 2019 and 2021. And he founded LIRIS, which is International Laboratory for Research and Images and Scenography, in 2023. He is an expert in scenography, and he has published numerous articles, interviews, and books in France, for which these titles, I cannot pronounce them correctly, so I'm not going to try, but he also has a really impressive portfolio, and I'm sure an expert in his field. And last but not least, we have one of our own, the last presenter for today. We have Dr. Martin Suryajaya M.Hum from Jakarta Institute of the Arts, Indonesia. Dr. Martin earned a doctorate in philosophy from the Driakarya School of Philosophy. He works as a lecturer at the Postgraduate School, Jakarta Institute of the Arts, and a policy consultant at the Directorate General of Culture. He has also published some books, including Sejarah Estetika in 2016, which won Best Art Publication Award, and the novel Kiat Sukses Hancur Lebur in 2016, which also won an award from Badan Bahasa in 2018. So we have very diverse lineup of speakers for you today, the 3 keynote speakers that we have for the second session. I'm sure you're already excited to listen to the presentation, but again, as a note, we are going to have, we're going to listen to the presentation for about 20 minutes. And then after the presentation, especially from Dr. Fohr and Dr. Martin, we will have a 15 minutes Q&A session, discussion session at the end of the presentation. So we're going to alternate between them. Again, a reminder, if you have a question for Mr. Aune, please do write them as well in the chat box. And after all the presentations are done, I will try my best to give concluding remarks, and then we also will have a photo session and a closing, so be sure to stick with us until the very end. I hope everything is clear, and I think we can start with our first presentation from Mr. Aune van Engelenhoven with the title with the title On the Relation Between Art and Artificial Intelligence, which will be delivered by a pre-recorded video. So.
Today, I take it that in Indonesia it's the morning when they play this. At my place here in the Netherlands, it's the afternoon already. My name is Onno van Engelenhoven, and I'm invited at your institute to talk on the relation between art and artificial intelligence. So let's see how it works. Before I do something, we need to have an introduction, right? So first of all, I think I need to say thanks for the invitation, and I also want to congratulate the Instituut Kesenian Jakarta with its 54th birthday. Then I also would like to thank Dr. Indrajit, the Vice Chancellor of your institute, who invited me to do this talk. And of course, my colleague, Dr. Madhya Patra, whom I know from the Asosiasi Tradisi Lisan, where we're both members of. And further on, what I also want to do is, first, I want to provide some definitions. That is simply because I'm a linguist and I'm not an artisan. I'm not, I will call that, an art historian. I'm also not an historian. So in order to explain my thoughts, it's best if I have a definition. So my first question would be, what is art? We need a definition for that. Then I also would like to have a definition of what is artificial intelligence. Because I'm into oral traditions, so what do you mean with oral traditions? And finally, what is intangible heritage? Okay, after that, we have a slight discussion. And finally, there will be a conclusion that I do not want to pronounce now, but that you will see if you just manage to finish listening to this presentation. Okay, so first, some definitions. What is art? According to the Oxford English Dictionary, and we compare that to the Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia, then art is the expression or application of human creative skill and imagination, producing works appreciated for their beauty or emotional power. It's a shortened definition. If we compare that to what the Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia says about seni, then we find out that the definition, the English definition and the Indonesian definition is not entirely the same. So seni, or art as it is translated, is a work created with extraordinary expertise like dancing, painting, or sculpture. Those things are also in the Oxford English Dictionary, but it focuses definitely in the Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia on expertise. Okay, so what is then artificial intelligence? Well, according to the Oxford English Dictionary, artificial intelligence is the capacity of computers or other machines to exhibit or simulate intelligent behavior. Whereas in the Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia, kecerdasan buatan, as it is called, artificial intelligence, is a computer program to copy or imitate human intelligence or human smartness, right? So we're not, it looks alike, but it's not exactly the same. So what do you mean with oral tradition? Well, the Encyclopedia Britannica, so that's the one that I'm using because the dictionary does not give a good translation or a good interpretation, is first of all oral traditions are first of all, first and still most widespread mode of human communication, and it refers to a dynamic and highly diverse oral medium for evolving, storing, transmitting knowledge, art, and ideas. Okay, so if I compare it to the Indonesian Wikipedia, because I couldn't find it in the encyclopedia, then tradisi lisan, budaya lisan, adat lisan, whatever, is the messages and the witness that is transferred throughout the generations. That is not entirely the same as the British definition. This is very important for us to keep in mind. Why? Because John Foley, an American literary scholar, he passed away already in 2012, yes. He focused on oral traditions, specifically Homer. And the Indonesian Wikipedia actually uses Jan van Sina's idea, but Jan van Sina was a historian. So they have different perspectives, let's say it like that. Finally, when we go to look what is intangible heritage, which is also a very difficult thing, then it turns out that the Indonesian and the English Wikipedia are the same, and that makes sense because it's just one Wikipedia, right? And the English Wikipedia says it's a practice, a representation, expression, knowledge, or skill considered by UNESCO to be part of a place's cultural heritage. Indonesian Wikipedia says something comparable. For Indonesia, it's ATL who is involved in defining for UNESCO what is intangible heritage in Indonesia. Right. So let's run to the discussion. What was art and what was artificial intelligence? So art, if we combine everything, then art is an expression of human creative skill on this moment, and it talks also about imagination, but the human creative skill is important here. Artificial intelligence is an exhibit of intelligent behavior, right? So I just returned from Scandinavia, where specifically in Sweden, where I saw these robot mowers at these farms. So these farms have huge lawns. The farmers do not have time to cut the grass there, so they have all these machines doing that for them. And they do it very nicely. But if you see it, then for me, it was a little bit awkward because there's no one. It's just that machine that goes on the lawn and then cuts the grass, and then when it approaches the road, then somehow it turns around, goes somewhere else. If there's a stone, then it goes around the stone. It's very interesting to see. So a question could be, can artificial intelligence, because this is an example of artificial intelligence, can artificial intelligence think up Versailles? Like, can this machine, this mower, can that do something like this, as in Versailles, which is the former palace of the French kings? The answer should be, well, there is this thing called generative artificial intelligence, and that one is supposed that it is capable of doing that, right? So beside the human creative skill, art is also about imagination. Let's see. So for example, we have this thing in 2018, a portrait of Edmond de Bellamy. This painting is made by a computer. Actually, these three people, Gauthier Vernier, Hugo Cassel-Dupré, and I can't read his name properly. One moment. I can't read his name, that's not okay. So let's put, I put myself up there. Pierre Fautrel. They told the computer how to paint. So this group is also called the Obvious Art Collective. They devised a generative adversarial network. I do not really know what that is. but they entered that into the computer. Then they taught the computer to, they confronted the computer with different types of paintings. There's the so-called wiki art. They took it from the wiki art, so the computer learned from the wiki art how a painting should look like. And then they asked the computer to make a painting, which is this one. Okay. So that's an exhibit of intelligent behavior, because the computer has learned what a painting is, and then it creates something like this. Okay. Today, I take it that and he had a reason for that. And a portrait, right? So I just returned from Scandinavia, where specifically in Sweden, where I saw these robot mowers at these farms. So these farms have huge lawns. The farmers do not have time to cut the grass there, so they have all these machines doing that for them. And they do it very nicely. But if you see it, then for me, it was a little bit awkward because there's no one. It's just that machine that goes on the lawn and then cuts the grass. And then when it approaches the road, then somehow it turns around, goes somewhere else. If there's a stone, then it goes around the stone. It's very interesting to see. So a question could be, can artificial intelligence, because this is an example of artificial intelligence, can artificial intelligence think up Versailles? Like, can this machine, this mower, can that do something like this, as in Versailles, which is the former palace of the French kings? The answer should be, well, there is this thing called generative artificial intelligence, and that one is supposed that it is capable of doing that. Right. So beside the human creative skill, art is also about imagination. Let's see. So for example, we have this thing, in 2018, a portrait of Edmund de Bellamy. This painting is made by a computer. Actually, these three people, Gauthier Vernier, Hugo Cassel-Dupré, and I can't read his name properly. One moment. I can't read his name, that's not okay. So let's put, I put myself up there. Pierre Fautrel. They told the computer how to paint. So this group is also called the Obvious Art Collective. They devised a generative adversarial network. I do not really know what that is, but they entered that into the computer. Then they taught the computer to, they confronted the computer with different types of paintings. There's the so-called wiki art. They took it from the wiki art, so the computer learned from the wiki art how a painting should look like. And then they asked the computer to make a painting, which is this one. Okay. So that's an exhibit of intelligent behavior, because the computer has learned what a painting is, and then it creates something like this. Okay. So what about ChatGPT? This is something that we in Leiden University suffer from. Our students sometimes use it very much. What is it? So GPT is short for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. So that is also a computer program that uses algorithms of speech and behavior, and with all these algorithms, the computer program can, for example, make a text comparable to The Lord of the Rings. But The Lord of the Rings, of course, was written by Professor Tolkien, a professor of Old English. And he had a reason for that. He had a reason for that. ChatGPT can imitate Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. But that, to me, ChatGPT then can, if you want to imitate this creative skill of Tolkien, but it's an imitation. It's an imitation. It is not Tolkien. Tolkien came up with it by himself. ChatGPT must be asked based on something that we put in the computer to imitate it. This is very important to keep in mind. So art then is not only a creative skill, but it's also human imagination. Artificial intelligence is a simulation of intelligent behavior. Take, for example, Corpse Bride by Tim Burton. It's a little bit a scary movie. It's a stop motion picture, extremely artistic from my point of view. It's very beautiful. Tim Burton once was confronted by artificial intelligence researchers who said that they could copy or do exactly like Tim Burton. So, for example, if you would have a picture as actually this is what they did from Elsa from Frozen, the Disney film. They said we can make this into a Burton-esque, Tim Burton-esque picture. You see? And Tim Burton was, well, how do I say this nicely? He did not like this. He said, yeah, I have to admit, your computer is very capable of doing this, but I don't like it because that kind of drawing, that kind of puppets, that is my thing. I came up with that. And now the machine just copies it. Okay, we have to think about this. So what is your conclusion? Yeah, artificial intelligence. We had this obvious art collective. They managed to get a computer make a painting. Yes, that is true. So they had this idea that the computer could do this. They imagined that the computer could make a painting. So this is, in fact, an expression of human imagination. I would say, yes, this is art. It doesn't mean I like it. It's art. But if we have ChatGPT or something like that, and I want to have a text like The Lord of the Rings, or I want to have a painting that looks like Tim Burton made it. I did not do that. The machine did it. I had to ask it. Then it's a simulation of intelligent behavior. It's not really intelligent behavior. Tim Burton did not do that. Tolkien did not write that line. So I would say that is not art. Why not? Well, oral traditions then, as John Foley said, that's an oral medium for transmitting knowledge, art, and ideas. Whereas Jan van Sina would say, yeah, it's the messages inherited through the generations, right? That's what we saw. UNESCO tells us intangible cultural heritage is the expression, knowledge, or skill that is part of one's cultural heritage. Right. Artificial intelligence is a simulation of intelligent behavior. Oral traditions, that's this. Inherited medium for transmitting knowledge, art, and ideas. That's what John Foley says. So we have in Yogyakarta the Wayang Merdeka collective, who in 2023 in Yogyakarta had an exhibition called Artificial Imagination. Artificial imagination because it was about computers making wire puppets. And Hangno Hartoko then, that there he is, he says it on the moment, it's the erosion, making wire puppets, blunts the sentiment and the natural creativity of people. Because as we saw already with this one picture, this one painting of Frozen, it looks very good, right? So why would you still do it? And this is what Hartoko said, this is dangerous because it blunts the sentiment and natural creativity of people. Okay, finally then. We also had an elephant, Ruby, who could do painting. It would paint like this. But we also have parrots, of which we say that it can talk. But can they really talk? No, they just can copy. They can copy sounds. Ruby, the painting elephant, was not really painting. It was grabbing a pencil and doing something like this, but it was not really painting in the sense of art. Art, to me, is an expression of emotion. Skills and knowledge are not emotions. A parrot knowing, if you say cookie, that you get a cookie, does not mean that the parrot really knows the meaning of cookie. An elephant that is drawing an elephant with rose is skillful, but it's not emotional. It has nothing to do with emotion. It's a skill. It's a craft, if you want. Artificial intelligence, to me, is not artistic. Artificial intelligence can be used, can be applied for art. So I don't see a difference in a way between a pencil for drawing or a computer. Both are tools. You can use tools for art. Right, this was more or less it. So finally, to close off in a traditional way, let me do my pantun. Angin kencang beribu tasik, dibuang sanak batu sau. Kataku lancang kurang asik, maafkan anak yang tidak tahu. Thank you.
Engelenhoven for the very interesting presentation going back to basics, to definitions. And there were some notes that I think I'm going to touch again later at the end of the session. We are going now to move on to our second presentation from Dr. M. Romain Fohr from Sorbonne with the title AI Possible Tools for Scenographic Design. Is Dr. Fohr is with us? I think I saw. Yeah. Hello.
Hello. Thank you. First of all, thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your invitation. And secondly, I've had to cut my talk down to 20 minutes, but I think you'll be able to read the rest of my text if you need to. The title, IA, Possible Tools for Scenographic Design. While searching for articles that study artificial intelligence in the performing arts, we find that studies focus on language, with plays writing with the help of ChatGPT, on art history, with a research program dedicated to artificial intelligence fiction, led by Alexandre Jeffen as part of the ANR Culture IA project for a cultural history of IA. Or on performers and their avatars in the form of robots moving in space. The aim of our contribution is to examine the use of generative artificial intelligence in the design of a scenography. While at first sight, artificial intelligence may appear as an object of laziness it can also become a researching tool in which time and work organization are modified. It can become, for example, a means of rapid and flawless research into iconographic and dramaturgical sources. We will be looking at the following themes: the creation of 2D images with Midjourney, Crayon, Delhi, Bing Image Creator, text-to-image, Runway, AI tools, ClipDrop, Adobe Firefly, does Leonardo AI make it possible to create 3D scenography? Second one, will the improved productivity of a set designer entirely redefine the successive stages, preparatory sketch, volume model, creation of the set in 3D, of his work? Third, what are the limits of this method of assistance for both technical and safety reasons today? First one, the first conference held about AI in the art was held at the Sorbonne Nouvelle in 2021, but it never evoked scenography. I quote, we are at an intermediate stage in the technological development that began in the 50s. AI is already outperforming humans in many specialized tasks: image and document classification, translation, trend analysis and prediction, sound, text and image production, resolution, advanced games. GPT-3 only makes predictions, transfer learning from learned texts. It is not capable of reasoning by analogy and has no representation of the world. These recent developments and the emergence of industrial application have fueled intense debates that question the representations of the division between the living and the machine, question the notion of autonomy and originality, modify our relationship with memory, and reformulate our philosophical, ethical, and aesthetic categories by questioning the very idea of culture. We can see that the representation of the world, which is what art, and therefore living art, is all about, is not yet within the AI spectrum. The machine's lack of autonomy does not give it the capacity to produce an autonomous original artistic gesture. AI must be activated by the human hand according to aesthetic criteria that guide the final graphic work. Its uniqueness will come from sources generated solely by humans with keywords called prompts that circumscribe the project. In a forthcoming article entitled Literature and Artificial Intelligence, Alexandre Jeffen writes that the idea of art as a product of automation generates debates about the value of art, calling into question the distinction between the original and the copy, and between intention and execution. Works become reproducible, modifiable, and independent for their creator, which calls into their intrinsic value. We see here that the production of a work by AI raises the question of its value, implied to be artistic, and the desire by some to distinguish a work from its copy, even partial copies. But we know that artists found inspiration in previous works, whether literary or visual, known or unknown. This leads to a second question from Geffen, who continues, what are we to make of a category such as originality, which has been the basis of understanding modern art and literature since the 18th century? How can we analyze the style of an artificial work, its references, its intertext? Can we consider each LLM as a different author with its own personality that we can desire, or as an aesthetic trend in its own right, in the same way that an image generator like Midjourney can be attributed a particular aesthetic signature. Jeonghyeon shows us that the question of analysis, works of art, is perhaps a central issue for anyone wishing to translate it into a space. How do we decipher a work when it has aesthetics ramifications of all kinds with very important visible and invisible roots? Human beings remember that all these elements more or less quickly, but sometimes forget them too, which AI never does. How can we think about the dramaturgy of a work that is less hierarchical than a human work and that is designed by AI? It is therefore the position of the viewer and the viewer's perception of the work that becomes the central question. Let's turn now to the scenography, which is our main subject. Are there any examples for AI-generated scenography? To our knowledge, there are not any yet. However, this year, in their preparatory workbook, some of my scenography students gave me stage images created using AI software. Why are they turning to AI? No doubt for reason of time, and so as not to forget resources, no doubt because it is a new working tool, but I think above all, because AI can be a useful tool for research and scenic creation if it's used intelligently. For the first time, as far as I know, in a French theater, over the last few weeks, we have been able to see the experience of a performance that combines elements generated by AI on a theater stage. Japanese set designer Michiko Inada and video artist Boris van Overtveld have generated 2D images for the show Maître Obscur, which are projected onto a medium-sized screen above the stage and a living room television at ground level. The images alternate between shots from 4 live cameras showing the actors and the stage set and recorded footage from 70s and 18 American television. The whole set is a kind of underground bunker with monumental concrete beams crossing over the heads of the guinea pigs and a stage frame with a rounded corner, like a television screen, that becomes a transparent glass of a human vivarium through which we see the experience. Like the cinematic style of found footage, which recovers pieces of film already printed to make a new work, the borrowing of these images becomes the material for a new composition. The AI intervenes with mixing several images of bodies in movement, artificial colors, shifted landscape, and screen backgrounds with scales that are out of sync with the bodies. These looped image and repetitive moments, sometimes combining the same duplicated image or 2 distinct images, plunge us into a past temporal memory with a visual rendering that echoes the pop art movement that also hijacked the mercantile images of advertising. The characters smile, dance, follow a gymnastic class in a puppet-like, disembodied way. Bodies mingle and metamorphose into monstrous hybrid beings. We see flashes of an underlie, coupled in the middle of a landscape somewhere between a forest on an aquarium, orange-skinned men and women maintaining their artificial bodies, and a mouse posing for the camera. All these images are transcription of the imagination of the characters, but also of the audience, who wear individual headphones throughout the performance. A voice-over, symbolizing the AI, tells the character and the audience about the program, which narrates their future reintegration into the real world. The characters look at these tutorial images created by the AI and try in vain to reproduce the movement on stage or follow the instructions. The AI becomes the present on stage, creating another extra stage place. The set design for Maître Obscur is a motley collection of recycled set pieces, tables, chairs, formica furniture, carpets, beds, kitchen painting, frames, lamps, fireplace, doors, and windows. They are frozen in time. The eyes' interaction with the actor creates dramatic tension. We can see throughout this work an echo of the work started over the last 10 years in the fine arts. As in Maître Obscur, generative adversarial networks can already easily generate original painting works from a database. In 2014, Jan Goodfellow succeeded in producing a painting that would be sold at auction at Christie's 4 years later for several $million. The painted work of art generated by AI can have artistic and commercial value. It therefore seems possible to create a 2D surface on stage using the same principle. With the following experience, the next Rembrandt, we want to extend this example. We have discovered that it's possible to generate a painting that takes on the artistic characteristic of a date painter, gesture, color. The painting was, in addition to that, created using a 3D printers, which is a vital element for the future creation of volume modules on a stage. Even if the basis of Rembrandt's work is a 2D image, the texture and materials are processed by the AI to produce a rendering that is also based on the material part of a painting canvas. Let's remind ourselves of Aristotle's words, who already distinguished two meanings for the word color in his work, the poetic. Firstly, chroma for pigmentation, and secondly, chroia for matter. For as long as art existed, iconographic historians have studied art using 2D visual elements and colors. They never studied painting with a real original support, except in Paris with the Louvre School, which truncates part of the object that is studied. As with AI, which could be combined with a 3D printer, the construction of a scenography could produce a pigmented volume, chroma, but could only imitate the material, chroia. This tells us that trompe-l'œil sets that imitate a material, landscape, marble column, parquet floor, could use AI. We are thinking here of pictorial and architectural scenographies. However, raw and technological scenography using paint, wood, metal, plastic, and video screen cannot be produced by the printer. Here, we come up against the limits of what can be produced by the AI, which cannot cover all the aesthetic trends in contemporary scenography. Part 2. For the preparatory sketches, it is a matter of searching for images and combining with a suitable keyword linked to the space to be built. With AI, and drawing could be replaced by drawing that already incorporates 3D. This very time-consuming stage, which today in hacking to that of an image archaeologist, could be considerably reduced with AI. The prompt should also make it possible to select an iconographic field suited to the play. The general words would be to choose, for example, between abstraction, realism, or architectural form, or an organic aspect. AI interprets the keyword and then refers to possible options. Unlike human beings, these new leads can no longer be anticipated. They will feed the scenography with an infinite database. The second stage would involve choosing other keywords relating to the frame and its vertical or horizontal forms, the colors, the materials, water, earth, plastic, the type of relief, the proportion, the scales, the period, whether or not it is minimalist. The third stage would specify the object in the setting, frame, table, chair, carpet, lamp, etc. we can imagine preparatory sketches with all these elements. The idea is the same as that of the scenographer, starting with the general and working towards the specific. For the model, the idea is to redefine the image using 3D parameters. The set designer will ask the AI to orientate its choice according to the visual field, frontal, bifrontal, circular theater, and the position of the spectator, seated, standing, lying down. The dimension of the stage, the proportion of its elements within it, and the perspective are all given. The AI could then build the model if it were connected to a 3D printer. In the future, the set could also be produced in one-to-one scale using a printer. The challenge is to create a space in which the body and its movements can take place. Can AI calculate and predict this in advance? Third part. There are still a number of constraints on the use of AI to create a set for stage production. First of all, the set design must fit in with the dimension of a theatrical space or a space transformed into a theater. How do we set up a protocol for a tour with a modular set? Secondly, the set designer has taken into account the way it looks on stage, which is not identical depending on the visibility curves, for example. The line of sight varies according to the architecture of the stores, tiers, and balconies. Today's software can predict the light in an unbuilt space. With AI, it would be a matter of organizing a storyboard of possible lighting variations according to the anti-staging with words that would reduce the infinity of possibility. Secondly, the choice of materials must be made within an aesthetic framework. A set design does not appear in a place without style, ornamentation, and colors. The set designer will modify his object according to all these elements. The choice of materials also depends on how light is treated. Raw materials do not appear in the same way as our everyday lives. A set must be designed according to technical constraints, resistant to light, per square meter on stage, or a pole in the theater hangars. For safety reasons, all scenery must be protected from fire. Not all materials are suitable for this treatment. One of the concerns of builder is the fragility of materials during assembly and dismantling. There are always preventive reinforcement, wood, metal, to be put in place depending on the activity of an actor or a manipulation required by the staging. Could the AI take charge of a specialization, precise dimension, opening, depth, height, where it would provide the frame and dance floor to arrange its stage? For conclusion, short conclusion to be in time, what is new is frightening all strata of our society. We must now ask itself about the consequences of the development of AI. The plastic arts have already had a taste of it, and the living arts are just beginning to make their first, as yet unsuccessful attempts. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Fohr, for the presentation on AI and scenography, something, a field that I'm not really familiar, but it's so very interesting to see from another perspective, because as you said in the beginning, talks about AI has always been about the generative parts of it, the writings, the images, but when it's interacted with a live thing like theater and specifically scenography, it gives that more questions to answer. Now we're going to question and answer session with Dr. Fohr. I see there are already 2 questions. First, from the queue, can you share to us your experience in using AI as tools for creating the audiovisual elements on the stage? Do you think it is possible that the use of AI on theater stages will increase? What is your opinion on that?
I think that AI can arrive on stage, but I think that the new generation had to study this way of working, because it is a new way of working with different station of reflection. My student already doesn't know how to work with AI today. So I think we're gonna work with it, but not now, not already.
Okay. Next, we have two questions actually from Muhammad Aryansyah. The first one, what is myth and fact about AI in artistic creation? It's a little bit philosophical. And the second one, in AI era, who is the artist? Do you have any stance on that?
The question is for me or for the other one?
I think it's for you as well.
For me.
For each speaker.
I think that theater is always discovering intelligence, artificial and technical after the other art. So I think that we had to discover what's happening in gallery, in plastical art, things like that. And after theater, appropriate these things and work with that. But I think that theater is poor, is a poor art. So it is difficult for him to create things without the other arts. I think that.
All right. Okay. Oh, we have another one from Nurman Hakim. Oh, I'm sorry. This is from for Professor Aone. Then I personally have a question, because hearing your presentation, your argument was how we see AI as tools for, I guess the trendy term is work productivity in scenography. So it kind of shortens the time also for like brainstorming partner when it comes to like generating ideas. If you maybe can share from your experience, I guess, challenges or the problems that existed before, but then it gets solved because of AI arrival.
I think there are many problems of right. We need to know which article is inspired, is the inspiration for the student. And also we need to know the time of working, because students never said us how many times they work with the images, with the production of set design. So it's difficult for us to see the real work they do. And I think for a professional, it will be difficult to understand the real time they are working on a project. So I think it will be a combination of time and the time of thinking will be short, but the time of producing the set design will be different. I don't know how, because it doesn't exist, but I think that the artists who are working on a project can't work in the same way. Maybe the producer of the light and the set designer and the director and the artist, the comedians and the singer had to work together in the different way. I don't know how to explain that. for rehearsal, we can see exactly what can happen on the stage, because the hair can help us. But we need to experiment on stage many things that can be seen on the AI. It's impossible. So it's different way of working and thinking, and maybe we're gonna have new job, different job.
Right.
And I can say to my students that maybe there will be new job for the next years.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. That is a very interesting take, I think. We are anxious about being replaced by machines, but I think maybe the thing that you mentioned is just going to be new jobs, new titles, same people, perhaps, if we continue learning about the tools. Relating to that, this is also kind of a personal question. Maybe it leads to new jobs. Do you think it would also lead to new ways of us experiencing theater, for example? Like new, modes of reception of some kind?
There are few examples in theater of new way of working, but the new generation who are working on magic show, for example, with combination of visual art, things like that, are working. Try to work with AI. Try to. But they need money because they need time to work on new logiciel. I don't know how to say in English. New computer, new projector, new light. Though it's difficult for theater today to be in the same way it's difficult for them. It's very difficult for them because, as Craig, Hapia, Schlemmer in Bauhaus, the technological materials are not can't help them. It's impossible to help them in this way of thinking, in this way of working and creating. So it's not easy to answer.
Okay, thank you very much. There is
in the beginning
one question in the chat, but it's in French and I cannot read it. If you can maybe open the chat room, can you? Is it possible? Or maybe for Mas Aryo Damar to translate it.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Dr. Fohr, I'm sorry, I think you're muted. Can't hear your... Okay, there you go.
The question is it possible that the AI can remplacer, I don't know how to say.
Replace?
Replace the men, the people.
Okay.
I think it's not possible because there are problems of security, fire, things like that, and the machine can't help us. And also, when you know theater, you know that there are always new rules. So the machine had to know the new rules in each country or each theater. So I think it can't be possible. It's my way of thinking, but that's I have students in scenography, so I think it's not good for them. But I think it was a friend of a scenographer. It was a companion of scenographer, but not alone. I think it's not possible.
Okay, thank you. Is that all right for Masario? Okay. Actually, that question kind of, we still have a little bit of time. Just want to touch it a little bit because kind of have a realization of how theater as one specific field of art is very human based because it's human bodies, human voice and performance, and it's very material. So this interaction with AI, I think it gives us a lot more optimistic view on how we use this computers, machines, and tools in the future. I think it is a perspective that probably should be adopted by other fields of art as well, and the interaction between all the arts as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Fohr. I think we have finished all the questions for Dr. Fohr. Without further ado, I think we should move on to the last presenter, Dr. Martin Suryajaya M. Hum from IKJ, Jakarta Institute of the Arts. Are you ready?
Yeah. Hello, Babu.
Okay, hello. All right, Dr. Martin will present a presentation titled Multimodal Generative AI and the Metamedium Condition. I think it's going to kind of wrap up our sessions today nicely. So if you can share your presentation, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bauk. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining me today. In this presentation, I will discuss how multimodal generative AI is transforming the landscape of contemporary art by reshaping the nature of artistic mediums. So the rise of multimodal generative AI has impacted many sectors, as we know, including the arts. There has been a significant amount of literature exploring the impacts in terms of, for example, AI replacing artists and changing job sectors, or whether or not AI genuinely creates artworks, and the ethics of using generative AI in artistic practices. But I would like to focus on another issue, that is the impacts of AI on the nature of contemporary artistic mediums. Well, in this presentation, we will unpack this cluster of ideas into three parts. First, we need to briefly review the conceptual evolution of artistic medium itself. And secondly, we will consider the impacts of multimodal generative AI on the changing nature of artistic medium, leading us to the examination of the metamedium condition of contemporary art. And last, we will elaborate further on the implication of the metamedium condition on the notion of contemporary art and creativity. It is a long-held view that the properties of an art medium condition the aesthetic values of artworks and their proper evaluation. This view is called medium essentialism. According to film theorist Noel Carroll, this view can be expressed in two different ways, in the material interpretation or in the praxeological interpretation. First, in the material interpretation of medium essentialism, this view is proposed by late 19th or early 20th century by modernists such as Edward Hanslick in music, Rudolf Arnheim in film, and Clement Greenberg in visual arts. Its main tenets can be summarized in four theses. The first is that each branch of the arts can be and should be differentiated by its specific medium. For example, two-dimensional image planes for painting, moving image for film, sonic event for music, bodily event in space for performing arts, and so on. And the second is that the medium constitutes the conceptual boundary separating the intrinsic and extrinsic aspect of an artwork. The third is that art is produced by the interplay between the materiality of the medium and the artistic craftsmanship applied to it. And lastly, the fourth, aesthetic evaluation should be based primarily on the consideration pertaining to the medium and the artistic exploration of that medium, or what Rudolf Arnheim called Materialgerechtigkeit, that is doing right by the material, and only secondarily on extrinsic aspects such as socioeconomic factors, broader social context, and so on. This view had a lasting impact on the development of artistic modernism from the late 19th century up until the emergence of pop and conceptual art in the 50s. We know that the rise of pop and conceptual art posed a significant challenge to medium essentialism. Art practices based on the recontextualization of existing objects, such as Warhol ready-mades, rather than the creation of new objects like modernist paintings, appears to constitute a very different notion of art and its medium. Their medium is not the materiality of object per se, but the audience perception and expectation of such objects. They subvert the conventional perception schemes by recontextualizing the system of objects appropriated from everyday life. Without a specific notion of materiality to rely upon, medium essentialist analysis cannot reduce pop and conceptual artworks to meditation on the medium and the artistic craftsmanship defined in relation to the medium. This marks the end of artistic modernism, insofar as modernism was always conceived as the conquest of the medium and the establishment of fixed boundaries between art disciplines delineated by their respective mediums. The praxeological interpretation of medium essentialism was developed much later in the last 2 decades. This interpretation considered the view that medium is constituted by practice rather than by the innate properties of the medium as a physical objects. Perry Scott, for example, differentiated art photography from forensic photography by referring to the different sets of practices embodied in these two activities. In doing so, the medium itself is redefined as something broader than mere materiality, encompassing what Ted Nanicelli called a cluster of relatively stable, coherent practices of making something, or what Dominic McIver Lopez called a medium-centered practices. In all its manifestation, the praxeological interpretation of medium essentialism is a retreat from the medium or an expansion of the notion of medium into something other than itself. And reflecting on the work by conceptual poet artist Marcel Brother, Rosalind Krauss once proclaimed that starting from the 60s onward, we are inhabiting a post-medium condition. The surface flatness that Greenberg proposed as the most significant element in modernist painting now gives way to disparate layering of conventions. What constitutes the artistic field is no longer the physicality of the medium, but the social act of détournement, which reroutes and reassembles the order of things into new assemblages. This condition is characterized as the leaching of the aesthetic out into the social field in general, said Krauss. The implosion of the medium characterizing the post-medium condition manifests itself as the overextension of the medium. The gatekeeping mentality inherent in the modernist attitude toward hierarchy of genre and the demarcation of artistic fields has been dismantled almost completely over the last 5 decades. As a result, we now have a proliferation of mediums, whether as medium, computer code as medium, the act of walking as medium, even theory as medium, as reflected in recent trend toward auto theory. If these disparate notions of the medium have a common underlying paradigm, it is that art is basically a relational phenomenon, not an individual thing. An artwork is a situation in which a social relation between people, to borrow from Marx, assumes the fantastic form of relation between things. The social nature of artwork in post-medium condition is best exemplified in the relational and participatory aesthetics proposed by Nicolas Bourriaud and Claire Bishop. When Bourriaud wrote that it is no longer possible to regard the contemporary artworks as a space to be walked upon or walked through, or that the contemporary art is the realm that takes as its theoretical horizon the realm of human interaction and its social context, he was highlighting the relational nature of contemporary post-medium condition. The same could be said with regard to Bishop's proclamation that in contemporary art, people constitute the central artistic medium and material. The relationality so pervasive in contemporary art in the end signals a new all-encompassing notion of artistic medium, that is, the people as medium, which consists of all social relations between people and between things mediated by people. The rise of multimodal generative AI could be seen as the continuation and further realization of this broad category of people as medium. Nowadays, we have text-to-image AI such as DALL-E, Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, text-to-video AI such as Runway or Sora, and text-to-music AI such as Suno and Google Music LM. What do they have in common? They are all trained on big data, which consists of social artifacts scraped or crawled from all corners of the internet. Images of people, portraits of animals, digitized books and articles, and so on. Trained in such diverse mediums, multimodal generative AI process all that complex information by transforming it into dataset. But what is dataset? In essence, it is a collection of data points, that is a set of row and column containing information concerning an object. Large visual datasets such as Lion 5B, for example, contains 5.8 billion image text pairs crawled from publicly available source in the internet. It has a structure where its row contains the individual image and its column consists of image URL, caption, picture width and height, and so on. Looking at this huge dataset, one could ask, what is the nature of a dataset as an artistic medium? First of all, it is a born transmedial medium. If you look at the metadata of those datasets, we can see that it is structured as a bundle of relation between different mediums. For example, the title column is paired with image row, or the image column paired with the audio row, and so on. In fact, it is a medium made possible by the transmedial categorization that begets it. AI doesn't differentiate between a piece of music, painting, film, poetry, or dance. All those different mediums are the same for AI insofar as all can be transformed into a dataset, an arbitrary set of relations between arbitrary things. This transformation proceeds by two important steps. The first is the tokenization process, which breaks down an artwork into its smallest parts, such as words, pixels, or spectra of audio frequency. And the second part is the embedding process, which represents an artwork in a vector space containing strings of tokens that constitute such objects, and its mathematical relation to another artwork, also represented as strings of tokens. The same can be said about the training process using those datasets. An AI dataset is trained in a process that constitutes an ongoing and automatic ekphrasis, that is the transmedial adaptation between different mediums. And secondly, a dataset is an assemblage in the Deleuzian sense of the world. It has no innate preferences, no individuality, nor any fixed entry requirements. We could make anything into the dataset, be it things, relation, concrete or abstract, real or imaginary. It is the most arbitrary thing there is. Fully customizable without rigid boundaries or fixed function, it can be properly called a body without organs. That is an assemblage constructed by a collection of another assemblage without creating a unity of an organism, or what Deleuze called a body with, populated with multiplicities. AI datasets thus constitutes an anti-essentialist body which can be assembled and reassembled at will. This is made possible by the advance in machine learning technique called deep learning that enables the machine to identify patterns without step-by-step instructions, unlike symbolic AI, which must be supplied with specific programming imperatives in order to execute reasoning. As a result, all data, labeled or unlabeled, categorized or uncategorized, can be used in the training. The third important point concerning dataset as an artistic medium is that all these large dataset could be conceived as the reservoir of general social knowledge expressed or archived on the internet. In this context, I would like to suggest that AI is the realization of the general intellect sketched by Karl Marx in the seminal Fragment on Machine in Grundrisse, in the rough draft of Das Kapital. In it, Marx speculated that the development of fixed capital, such as machinery and technological implements, would arrive at a point where the general social knowledge has become the direct force of production, and the condition of the process of social life itself have come under the control of the general intellects. AI in this sense could be conceived as the accumulation of all knowledge, social knowledge turned on its head. It no longer stands as a passive object of representation or an accumulated knowledge of past generation, but rather as an embodiment of a creative power of present society at large. Its medium is the people itself. These three properties of dataset as an artistic medium constitute what I would call the meta-medium condition. It is a condition of artistic practices where the medium is inherently transmedial, constituted arbitrarily as an assemblage, and reflects the general social knowledge. It is a meta-medium in three senses. First, it goes beyond the limitation of any physical medium, much like ideas and concepts. And the second, it is medium neutral rather than medium specific. That is, different property of the medium don't impact their structure as a data. And the third is it is inherently social or better relational in the sense that it expresses the general intellect or the general social knowledge. This is the condition of artistic practices in the era of multimodal generative AI. As such, metamediality is not too dissimilar to the Wagnerian notion of Gesamtkunstwerk, understood as all-encompassing art form. If text could be transformed into image, image into sound, and back into text, if, in other words, there is a seamless transition between artistic mediums, then all art forms and genre are basically different instantiation of a single metamedium. As a consequence, it creates the condition for the pan-aesthetics, that is the aesthetics of universal transformation between art forms, be it in the form of physical medium or social relation and ideas. An AI artwork thus requires an aesthetics which is not bound to a specific medium, an aesthetic of data transformation across all mediums. When an AI creates an artwork, or when an artist collaborates with an AI system to create an artwork, what is mobilized is not just a people as medium, but also time as medium. This is because AI systems have an archival logic built into them. They are based on data archive, but not merely archive about the past in the usual sense, but they can also be archive about the present in the sense of real-time data. In this context, multimodal generative AI impacts the sense of the contemporary, which is essentially about the mode of temporal coming togetherness. The metamedium condition highlights the possibility of universal transformation between artistic medium through deep learning, transforming every modality of art into another, and in doing so, creating a new assemblage of people and time. It reveals the very process of time making itself, the temporal coming together of different people as a dataset. The realization of this possibility could be seen in the multimodal generative AI, which takes real-time data as its input. For example, unsupervised machine hallucination MoMA, created by US-based artist Graphic Anadol. It is an ever-changing video installation that took hundreds of thousands of images from MoMA's collection as the training dataset, and real-time data from MoMA Gun Lobby, where changes in light, movement, and acoustic affects the transformation of the image. Reflecting on the question of the medium, one could say that the works such as this have the contemporary itself as the medium. It creates and recreates the present by transforming real-time data into different modalities, from footstep to luminosity, from airflow to color, from archival past to contemporary Augenblick. AI art, in other words, is the art of playing with the contemporariness of time. And what then is the meaning of creativity in the era of metamediality? In a romantic or modernist persuasion, creativity is often defined as an individual power to create something out of personal inspiration. We can call this some sort of first-order creativity. In conceptual or post-conceptual art, creativity is seen as twice removed from the object of creation. An artwork as concept mediated by industrial ready-mades, for example. Conceptual artists then create the condition of creation rather than directly creating objects. This is second-order creativity. An artist in the metamedium condition takes this first step further by actively arranging diverse array of context windows to nth order in the creation of artistic object. The context of data acquisition, corpus building, tokenization frameworks, representation technology, visualization or auralization methods, and so on. You can call this nth order creativity, or borrowing from Eduardo Navas, a meta-creativity, which is a condition where the creative process moves beyond human production to include non-human systems. Meta-creativity thus can be understood as the commoning between different agents in different mediums. It is an assembly of people and things, of objects and relations, of human and non-human. Meta-creativity is not the end of human creativity, it is the beginning of post-human creativity, where humanity becomes parts of a larger whole. In the end, it is a creativity that is equivalent to the contemporary itself, the coming together of beings. And that concludes my presentation. I look forward to your question and insight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the very complex big brain presentation. I actually kind of learned a lot hearing the presentation. I welcome for the participants, if you have any questions, to write the questions in the chat box. Meanwhile, I guess we can start the discussion. I have a few things that kind of bugged me a little bit. You started with mentioning about how medium essentialism was the way we were, looking at arts and everything. And my question is, how is your point of view about the fact that even though it is kind of like the old way of seeing things, it is still, taught in art schools, and it's basically still how we think for most of the time. So how is that relating to the way we are now kind of adapting into the AI, the multimodal metamedium situation that you were mentioning?
Okay. Yes, it is true that medium is still the most fundamental way in which we think about art. Art is basically about the medium, about how we do with the medium. The craftsmanship, the virtuosity is defined as something with relation to the medium. So medium is very, very fundamental in artistic creation. But we have significant developments since the 50s or the 60s, conceptual art and so on, that proves or propose an alternative to view medium as something that is not essential. Medium is not the supreme foundation of art. It is creativity itself that is the found of all art. So there are many ways to do art, to create something new without exploring the materiality of the medium. And conceptual art and post-conceptual condition sketched by, for example, Peter Osborne, shows that possibility. And I think that the AI development recently is also part of that process. It is not a break in the sense of something that is coming out of the blue entirely, but it is an evolution of the post-conceptual condition itself. I think it is like that.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a question from the participant, from Masmur Mahakim. Technology, medium, is not only an instrument or tool, according to Martin Heidegger, but also revealing and explaining the conditions of human being. Can you explain this relating to the AI that's shaping the technology or medium?
Okay. Yes. Technology for Martin Heidegger is something that enables human to arrive at the authentic experience about life. Technology is not just tool, but something that we use so that we have daily routine and can act with authenticity in our daily life. And so in this sense, technology in the form of AI is also can be seen as a continuation of the Heideggerian thinking that it is a way of human making worlding, to exist in the world with all its material things in the environment, so that the AI itself is part of the framework that human exists and experience its daily life. So in that sense, AI is shaping our own very meaning of existence.
Okay, I hope that answers the questions. Is there anyone else from the participant? As we wait, you also mentioned, oh, okay, we have, from Asale, if the medium is human body, could we call dance or theater free from AI intervention? Interesting. It's kind of related to the previous.
Yes. I think in all mediums, in art, every kind of medium can be transformed into data. That is my main thesis about AI art now. In the sense that all kind of medium is basically a framework, data framework, in which we can segment such work into different data points. For example, the movement of from point A to point B, and all that information can be compiled into an Excel sheet, for example, and that can be input into the machine, and the machine learns from that the pattern from that data set, and he create or the machine creates a new form of movement. And the same could be said with regard to body as the medium in the case of dance or theater. There are some experiments on that. AI artists collaborates with choreographer to create a new way to do choreography, which transcends the limitation of bodily movement. The limitation of human body, and that is a new work of choreography. So there is no exception in this case. All kinds of art is part of the AI movement now.
Okay, we cannot get away from it. Also, if there's no question from the participant, you also mentioned in the presentation about, I love the sentence, AI art, basically art of playing with the contemporaneous of time. So you were kind of emphasizing on the now, the present. And I was wondering, also kind of related to Dr. Fohr's presentation. Okay, yes, we talk about the contemporary and the now, but how about, seeing AI or possibly utilizing AI to archive the past? It's kind of a stupid question, but if you have any opinion on that.
Well, AI is basically archive munching machine. It's archive and creates something new from that archive. So the archival logic is already a built-in feature and not an additional feature. So in that sense, AI itself is some kind of tools or a machine playing with the past, with the history. But the data that we use as the inputs can be modified into a real-time data, a present data. So in that sense, it can be shifted into a present creation. It can create another version of the present. In that sense, I call AI as some sort of contemporary machine. It plays with the contemporaneous of time itself as the medium that it used to create objects.
Okay, thank you. I think we have another one. How does the concept of the metamedium condition change the role of the artist or creator when AI becomes a central tool for generating multimodal content?
Oh, okay. In the metamedium condition, I think the role of artist is more like a conceptual artist now. They no longer creates the artwork itself, but it creates the precondition or the surrounding environment for the creation of objects. So that it's like a second order creation. If the first order of creation is the creation of objects, then the second order creation is the creation of the condition to create objects. That is precisely what is the role of artists now in the metamedium condition.
Okay, expansion of creativity, and it kind of reminds me also to the first presentation, the second session from Professor Auni, who talks about the definition of things and how we kind of distinguish between, is this creativity, is this intelligence? How do we, map them out? Where is the artist? Is the artist creative? Is the artist intelligent? Those types of questions. Okay, is there any other question for Dr. Martin? Oh, yes, question for any speakers. All right. Based on the seminar on both session, AI is not art, but can be a helpful tools to help, not replacing artists. But on the other hand, there's have been more animation and video game studio firing human artists to utilize, I guess, AI to minimize production budget. This has caused a crisis within entertainment industry with many artists, animators, and other creatives unable to find jobs. As alternative, based what I have seen on online artist community, some artists who got laid off are building their own studio, albeit struggling financially, that they need to ask their fans or followers on social media to donate to keep going. What's your opinion about this phenomenon? It's labor problem and ethics problem, I guess.
Yes, it's more like a labor problem rather than aesthetics. My presentation is focused mainly on the aesthetic aspects, but I will try to answer this question. In the context of global labor market today, we have seen the trend towards such massive layoff because every kind of works can be done by AI now, and that creates the new condition of labor in which human labor is no longer confined to human, but also human must do something else, like caring sector, which cannot be replaced by AI, but all kind of technical job can be done with AI or other technology. So it's a problem in which our society face today. And the solution, I think, is to perceive again or to rethink again the AI as what I call general intellect. It is a reservoir of all human agency, all human creativity pulled into one. So if there is any economic benefit from AI, those benefits should be redistributed into all humanity, because the database that is used to train those AI consists of humanity. So the form of this redistribution is, for example, it could be taken in the form of universal basic asset, for example, in which the profit from the AI exploitation can be used as providing for all humanity. And I think that is one of the way in which we can solve the present issues of global labor market.
Okay, thank you very much. I didn't check the time, but I think that was enough for the Q&A session. So thank you very much for the presentation and the insights. For today, next, I will try to recap. Oh, wait, there's another one. Sorry. From Dr. Martin. The first speaker said that AI is not art, but what about if the perspective from the audience who enjoying the work of art? Okay, the perspective problem. Should the audience have the same perspective with the maker?
Well, I think it is the rights of all audience, to decide upon whether they are watching an AI or an artwork or anything else. It is the prerogatives of the audience itself to decide upon the nature of the objects. It's not the part of the maker's sovereignty to decide what is art and what is not. It is the audience itself. I think it's like that.
Okay, it's literally the death of an author again. Sort of. Okay, thank you very much once again, and thank you for all the participants for the questions and the discussions. Hopefully it is quite giving you guys some satisfaction, intellectual satisfaction. Okay, so I think right now I'm going to try to recap what we have talked about today from the three keynote speakers. All have presented us with very interesting thoughts about arts, creativity, and AI. And from Professor Aunen in the first video presentation, we kind of go back to basics and questioning the definitions of each concepts, arts, creativity, and intelligence. And also in that presentation, it was emphasized how actually AI can do anything, but maybe it is just an imitation of the greatness, the creativity that human can bring to a work of art. Also, I mentioned it a little bit earlier. It gives us the questions again on how we want to see what is creativity and what is intelligent, and how those two things interacted within the creation of a work of art. And then from Dr. Fohr, we learned a quite specific example of how AI could be utilized as tools, especially in scenography, and how it maybe could be said to be relating into how work productivity can be increased in that specific area, and how AI could be utilized as brainstorming tool, as well as making things that weren't possible before. It's now possible to imagine all the set designs and the things that are related to that. And it gives a interesting example how the world of theater, like one of the participants asked, how theater, being such a live medium with humans, is also inevitable that it has to interact with technology, with machine and AI. And then lastly, from Dr. Martin, we talked about how there's a paradigm shift in how we see the concept of medium, and how we should see AI as the sentence that I really liked earlier, art of playing with the contemporaneous of time, which kind of sums up on how it is the marker of our time right now, our generation right now. We are experiencing this in real time. We are struggling with this in real time. And I know that some of us, as art practitioners or people who teach about arts, are having anxiety about the development of AI, because the discourse has always been about replacement. But I think from what we have learned today, at least, especially for very first speaker in the morning, it is really not a new thing. If we can trace it back to history, the concept of automation, for example, it's always in the history of humans. It's just a different kind, and it is specific to our time. And again, the way Dr. Martin put it, contemporaneous of time. So I think we can leave our first day today a little bit more optimistic about having to face AI, and just, again, there's touch in human creativity, and when the AI is just tools, another tool for us to utilize in our work and in our life. Okay, I think that's all I can recap from my point of view. Hopefully it is clear, and hopefully you have been enjoying this seminar today with our keynote speakers. Again, I thank all the speakers that have given their time for us. And I think I will now pass it back to the MC.
Yeah.
Ansa? Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Okay, thank you
There you
so
go.
much, Kak Bawu, for the amazing conclusion, because I feel like the topic on AI is something that maybe not a lot of people here, including myself, before this day and before the start of this event, is something that is very, well, not exactly unfamiliar, but it's an unthreaded new thing that is going on. So I feel like the conclusion was very concise. I can understand it clearly, and of course, the topics are amazing. And the keynote speakers, thank you so much for the amazing new insight. So that was it, ladies and gentlemen. We have finished the first session of Jakarta Institute of Arts Online International Seminar. But well, this is not yet the end, because we still have the second day tomorrow, where we will be discussing AI in daily life with panel moderated by our very own moderators, which please check it out tomorrow, and you can visit the Instagram as well. Before closing the session, we would like to give e-certificate to the keynote speaker, followed by a group picture with the audience. So for the audience at home right now, please prepare yourself to open your camera, and please do use the background provided by the event. Okay, so the first certificate will be given to Kak Bau Respati as our moderator for today. Yeah, that's it. Here you go. And then the second certificate will be given to Aung van Engelenhoven, PhD, from Leiden University, Netherlands. The third e-certificate will be given to Monsieur Dr. Romain Fohr from Sorbonne Nouvelle University, Paris. There we go. Merci beaucoup. And then the third, and then the fourth will be for Dr. Martin Suryajaya M.Hum, Jakarta Institute of the Arts, Indonesia. All right, there we go. Immense thank you to the keynote speaker for the knowledge, fresh insight, and enlightenment on the topic of artificial intelligence, which as of now has become a part of our daily lives and even our livelihoods, such as education. All right, let's take a group picture with the group, with the audience. All right, please do open your camera, freshen up yourself, prepare yourself, maybe grab a drink or two before the picture. Right, yeah. All right, I will be giving the command. On the count of 3, the team will be taking a screen cap of our group picture. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, one more time. 1, 2, 3. All right. Oh, and we have another slide. Let's say one more time. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you so much. Before we officially close this, we still have a closing remark by our chairman of the committee, Dr. Madhya Patra Isman SSN M.Hum. The floor and the time is yours.
Thank you, Kansa. I'd like to appreciate everyone who has stayed with us from morning until the last session. Once again, I'd like to give my highest regards and thanks to all the speakers today, Professor Gunalan Nadarajan, Dr. Jeonghyeon Joo, Professor Dr. Ricardus Eko Indrajit, with the moderator, Mbak Aga, Miss Aga, and the second part, Mr. Aune van Engelenhoven, PhD, Dr. Romain Fohr, Dr. Martin Suryajaya, and Ms. Bau Respati. Thank you to your considerable contributions for making us contemplate, and there is a lot of debate and many different perspectives and views on artificial intelligence connected to the arts. Hopefully, out of this discussion, there will be new views and new research done into this theme. Before I finish or finish my closing remarks, I must not forget to say my greatest thanks to all members of the committee who have worked strenuously and intensely these last months, without whom this seminar would not be possible. First of all, of course, Dr. Indah Cahyawulan, who has always given us the motivation and driving force between our energies. to make this seminar possible. And special thanks, my personal special thanks, to Dr. Iwan Gunawan, Dr. Sonia Sondah, Dr. Inyoman Larry Julianto, Dr. Zulfa MPD, Profesor Dr. Nimade Rustiti Dita Rahmasari, Ibu Bintang Duana, I already mentioned our moderators, Ms. Aga and Ms. Bau, and also our lively and lovely Ms. Kanza, and all involved contributing their energy and time to make this international artificial intelligence and connected to the arts seminar possible. There is a long list of names, but there are some people I mention also, including Ishana, Willy Sandra, and Natasha. That's our whole team. They've worked so hard. I have to make them all known because they're working behind the scenes all this time. Once again, thank you. Don't forget to participate again to our very interesting seminar, the next session tomorrow. I wish you all success, health. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Madia Patra Ismar, for the lovely closing remarks. Us and the crews really appreciate the appreciation that you gave to us. And yeah, I do agree. We really hope that this seminar gives a whole new insight and will inspire new research on the topic of AI, as it is something that, again, I want to emphasize, not a replacement for human, but something that lives and coexists with us, especially as an artist. Okay, thank you, honored guests, sponsors, speakers, moderator, academic writers, seminar attendees, and Jakarta Institute of Arts academic community for attending this online international seminar. I would like to remind you that we still have a second day panel with the topic of AI in our daily life. There will be four separated rooms, and I really advise you all to join and come and discuss further on this topic there. And once again, I would like to thank our sponsors for today, PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero, PT Pertamina Persero, and PT Mepogen, for the constant trust and support on every occasion held by Jakarta Institute of the Arts. And that is all for this first day. See you later in the second day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good evening.